And now I'm back from outer space. Something, that look upon my face. You really should have changed the locks and thrown away the key. Something knowing better than something me. Oh no, go, walk out the door. Don't turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. Basically, is what I was thinking. Anyway. Let's that's gone wrong, so we're gonna do a hang on. What's happened here? Let's revert to save. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Turn them back on. What is going on here? Oh, hang on. None. Okay, what is going on with this? That's very odd. Okay, what we're going to do, get rid of that camera. We're going to go back to default camera. Default camera. Okay. And then, what's happening here? Path tracing. What is going on? Am I looking at the wrong channel or something? Am I being dumb? I think I'm being dumb. Okay, and then we go back to... Weird. I think I need to close and open up again. Cinema. Okay. Also, we've got plasticity open still, which I think we don't need plasticity open still. Hello, viewer. Well, that's loaded. Hang on. Okay, so what we're going to do is I am going to come back over here, back into my folder, which you can't see any of this, it's on a different screen. And then we're going to go back into this nature thing. There we go. What is going on with this scene, man? Okay, we go back to my rendering window. I've broken something at some point, but I don't think I've broken anything, you know. Let's have that. Yeah, what's going on with that? Stereo textured mesh. So if I go back in, if I reopen this guy, right? Boom. Yeah. And go render settings, Octane. In fact, and what I should go back to here quickly. Is that what's happened here? Render settings. And it's set to I didn't set this back to Octane to Redshift. Huh. Okay, so go Octane, convert. What the fuck is going with this? Right, okay, let's just close this file down. Let's just close this down. We've got Sketchfab, whatever, temp. So we go into render settings, Octane render, POW. That's what we want. And then we had a floor. And then we had it like around here. Yeah, around there-ish, I think. And then we had an environment, Octane daylight environment. There we go. And because my memory's impeccable, it's not, today, now, and then we were in the Canary, Africa, Canary Islands, and then we're in fucking, come on, okay, fine. Africa, Canary Islands, Las Palmas Gran Canaria. Oh, and also, for some reason, yeah. Why that comes into custom, I don't know. I'm going to go into my presets. Where's my presets? Presets. Viewport filter. Oh, I don't know. Sky presets. It'll be around there somewhere. Who cares? Anyway, doesn't matter right now. So. Do. Okie dokie. Is that the Under the Sea song? I don't know if it's Under the Sea or not. Could be. Also might not be. Who knows? Who can know anything really in these wild times? Okay. Anyway, yeah, so let's get back to... I can't really use XREFs in C4D, but whatever, we'll figure this out. Right, so that is my environment, if memory serves. Excellent. The camera's somewhere around here, and it was 24mm if memory serves. So camera, we're saying camera, there we go. I think I'll set it to 24. And yeah, I think like, okay, and then let's bring in, let's just like do a cylinder actually to represent my, I'm going to do with my, there we go, look at that. Ooh, that looks cool. How big would it, yeah, probably make it like that big, I guess. And then that's going to be up there, like all fancy, like, we need more sky room. In fact, we need a wider focal length than this, I think. So let's just do 20 millimeters, like that. I've never, yeah, because I can't use direct rendering for this, but I do want to recreate the. I'm just going to quickly save this. Actually, I do want to recreate the this look because I like this default lighting. Looks pretty cool. So it's just a happy accident. I quite like it. I mean, I might change my mind later. Who knows? But whatever. So scenes, nature, save. Yes. So, and then I think what I want is like want some land mass coming around here. So we'll do we'll do a landscape like that. And then just so we can see, let's just do octane glossy, why not? Call it land. Okay. And then we'll just make this like, just so we can see it, we'll make it like that color, just so we know where it is. So actually just make it green, because broadly it will be green. Let's make it like a less disgusting green. There we go. Yeah, so we'll do like a land mass around here, I think, and then like where's my landscape? Let's just bring this below the surface a little bit. Just so, yeah, there we go. So, and we'll do a couple of these, I guess. A little gap there, I think, because we'll have like a bit of yeah, then maybe land all the way back. So we'll do another landscape and we'll give this a brand new seed, whatever. There we go, fine. And then we'll make this a lot bigger. Whoop, whoop, like that. Plonk it back there. This needs to be a little bit higher, so yeah, less of it needs to be under the sea. There we go. Okay, yeah, and then I want to get like my mountains up here. So I want like a, yeah, like that. So it's sort of like encircled. And then I want probably more landmass over here. So let's do another landscape. This one, let's go another random seed. And then bring this over here like that. Hate that. Let's just do whatever. Yeah, ooh. Something like that. Yeah, that's all right. And then what we do with my camera, we'll lock this down. So protect. Yeah. I'm going to cut this out of here. I think it'd be fun to play with scale in some weird ways. I had some birds and shit up there, right? But yeah, it'd be fun to play some scale in some weird ways because yeah, a mixture of water, I think. Yeah, maybe have like some. Well, this should be so a few little rocks outcropping here, I guess. Get a little boat they arrived on. That'd be fun. Okay, so let's just get our land masses in. Let's not get too distracted. This is the worst bit. Trying to remain focused on what it is you're supposed to be doing. Because it's more interesting than actually doing the work part of it. And then yeah, then we'll have one more. Oh, there we go. That one over there. Give it a new seed. There we go. Perfect. And then that artistically driven. And then what we'll do, ram that over there. Yeah, something like that. And we'll cover this in like trees and probably jungle or something. I don't know. Right. And then probably like we'll figure something out for that. I think let's do one last one of these. Make it way bigger. Way bigger. There you go. Something like that. Oops. And then what we'll do, we'll just get, of course, one like land, I guess. Cool. And then, yeah, that one's probably going to like, that needs to move a little bit, I think, because it's got a little gap there. Let's do that. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, and we'll do something to make this interesting, I guess. And yeah, we'll bring in some of my, let's just do this, save that for now, and we'll bring in the rocks from earlier, open recent, I can't see them. We'll go back to here. Oh no, in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place. And C4D assets that I've definitely in my current tier on thingy. Right, yeah, so we've got a bunch of mountainy bits to pick from. I'm going to grab a couple, I think. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Copy. Come back to here. Watch this fucking crash now. Watch this crash. Let's have a look. Hey, right. So put all of those over there. Let's come out here for a second, actually. So, no. Yeah, convert those. Right. Okay, right, so all of these rock formations, let's come out of my camera. So camera, default camera, there we go. So first things first, place all of those on the floor. Where are they? Under here. Let's hide where's our floor? Hide this in here. Wrong one. Hide here. I'll send some land. That's fine. Okay. Actually, what we're going to do is we'll put this all in a layer. So land, we'll put into a layer, call it whatever. And then go to layers. It's my favorite trick. There we go. Oh. I should. Layers should affect children, shouldn't they? Really? Edit. There should be an option here to have like the layer affect the children. Oh, whatever. And then add all of these to this layer. There we go. Okay, and then now what we'll do is we'll just go with that. Hey, there we go. Right, so little pro tip. I mean, I could have just changed the visibility. Anyway, fuck it, whatever. So what we'll do is, right, where are my rocks? Where are my rocks at? Where are my rocks at? There we go. These are all mega tiny. So what we're going to do with all of these is go way bigger. I mean, like fucking crazy ass bigger, like that, right? Something like that. Maybe a bit too big. Okay, and then we get a little mega place tool. Go back into Octane camera. Yeah, and then this one. Oh, this one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Back here. So that needs to be like off in the distance somewhere, like back there, you know? And then we probably need more variation in rock than that, don't we? And then this one, I don't know where that is. We've got camera. There you are. Oh. Let's get them all over here. Let's get them all over there. Okay, and then camera, Octane camera. There we go. All right. Let's go back to rendering. See how dumb this looks. Okay, so that's what tells us this needs to be way, way big, like that big, right? Like that. Oh, can't grab it in blue direction, damn you. Let's not do soft selection. Soft selection's lame. Oh. Right. Yeah, it needs to be like, I think maybe actually, if I just do that, that might actually be all right. Yeah, that's probably going to be okay actually. And then if we just do that. Just so it doesn't, and we'll have to do something to break that line up at some point. And then we'll do another one of these and then bring that one. Let's not just duplicate this one actually. Do this one. Oh. Grab this one. Duplicate that over. And what we'll do, we'll just curve this round and make like a rough, you know. It also, I think, hides the fact that it's just do view. Let me go small. Panel. There we go. And this one, we will turn that into camera. Use camera. Octane camera. There we go. We'll do that. Excellent. Right. So yeah, we'll put that like there, and we'll turn this a bit more. And actually, what we'll do is inside here. I want this to be render settings. Can't remember lock camera. It's me being dumb. Octane, whatever. Oh, what is it again? Being stupid. Effect. No. How do you do it again? Am I being stupid? Check camera update. So I can't really set the. fix it to a particular camera. You can do it. It's not in the settings. Object, options. Oh, I can't remember. GUI. I'm going crazy. Pretty sure. Yeah, how do I do that again? Let's quickly double check how to do this. C4D Octane pick preview camera. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Oh, whatever, fuck it. We'll figure it out. This is view. Yes, it's view. Okay, hang on. What we'll do over here, we'll go view. Okay, top. Yeah, hang on. What? View. I don't, and I'm confused. Okay, we'll turn that off. Use camera. We'll turn so what? What's going on with that? Okay, what we'll do? That one. No. What? Default camera. There we go. And then view. It's going to be perspective. There we go. So now this. So if I move this around, it doesn't affect that, but this one does. There we go. So if I change this now, change this one actually to Octane camera, then I move shit around in this view. Oh, what the fuck has happened there again? It's broken again. Good God. Alright, fine. So what we'll do, we'll convert this. Octane, convert. Give it a second. And then grab that. The active material. Diffuse color. Error loading texture, that's fine. So back in downloads, what we'll do, what's this one? Aha. What's this one? There you go. So when it, yeah, so it didn't auto-save and it saved in the textures from this into it and it broke that. Fine. So what we'll do is actually we will, I think that's the button. Whatever, do it like that for now. Okay. So right. Back to what we're doing. So this one here now does not fuck with my stuff. Cool. Right, so this thing here, we can move that across now. That like that. Right, and then this guy here can be like way, way, way bigger as well. So what we'll do, we'll add like a bunch of like trees and shit. There we go, that's all right. And then that's looking back. Why is so? Hang on, that needs to be not behind there. That actually looks really bad. Okay, let's grab this one, make it massive. Oh, excellent. Oh, wow. Okay, that's working. Okay, let's bring that down a little bit. Oh, one way down that way a little bit. There you go, and then we'll turn it away from the camera a little, just so it looks like more plausibly part of that. Kind of works. And you. There we go. This is working. This is working. Excellent. Right, so you Mr. Landmass, you go like that. Cool. And then we can grab another one of these. In fact, actually, what I should do with this is this guy here, one of these. I'm going to instance this like that. And then, yeah, that can go like that. Like so. And then, hang on. So, my landmass, that's what, so then I'll grab another one of these. And then this one can be, should be a quick instance thing, but there isn't. Doesn't matter. Anyway, it's fine. What we'll do then is we will just go and we will also instance this. I need to pull this button. I need to finish setting up this thing because, yeah, since I redid my license, like, C4D's got a really annoying tendency. And then what I'll do is I'll have, like, yeah, something like that. And then we will I'll do another instance of that. Oh, hang on, is that guy? Let's grab this guy. This guy's useful. So what we're going to do, instance him. And this will all fall apart if I move the camera, but we can figure that one out later. We can work that one out together. That is not it. We turn it that way though. And what's this one? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, so we're getting somewhere now. Let's just quickly save this before. Let's quickly check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. Okay, that's interesting. And I probably could get away just mirroring that all the way across. So let's just do, let's do this. Let's parent that, and we'll do distant rocks. Okay, and then what we'll do is let's just instance that whole thing. Give it a go. Okay. Whoa! Hello. Okay. And then that needs to go over here. Something like that. No, actually, this side, I think we just turn that into jungle all the way back, right? I don't know. Anyway, we can fuck with this a little bit later. We're just sort of laying out the scene a little bit here. Okay, and then, yeah, the front should be all water. So let's just quickly add a material for a floor. We'll make this one a specular. It's not a specular. It's not transparent. We'll do a floor, and I'm going to do a displacement on it. So for now, we'll just see how this looks, because I'm not very good at doing oceans. I need to actually bother doing more. So I think the floor's got any. What does it? We'll find out. Object, and then we'll just do. Oh, that is actually already doing it. So if we do shading, shader, and then we do noise. That's doing nothing. So we need to place this floor, I think, with a plane. No, not that. A plane, which needs to be way, way, way larger. So it needs to be like that by like that. No, not like that, but like that. Why am I doing this view? Yeah, like that, and then let's go a bit wider to about, there we go. And then, yeah, I'll probably do a second, we'll see how it looks afterwards, but we'll do a, so we'll just go Octane, Glossy, C, Base, one on the plane, and then we'll grab a, so I'll make this like a sea blue, like a watery blue, so like this, and by watery blue I mean pretty much green, and we'll go like that, and we'll get, yeah, something like that, a bit more. Anyway, and then what we do is we get a displacer. No, underneath here, thank you. And then we'll go and try the same thing again. So our plane needs like a shitload, like 100 by 100, something like that. Subdivisions, good enough. And then our displacer, yeah, our displacer, let's just go add a noise. Cool. Okay, then now is the time to probably take it from direct lighting to actually we're going to grab a quick screen. Oh, that's not how you do it on Windows. That S, that's it. Cool, cool. Okay, and then we're going to try and match a similar lighting setup once we turn it into path tracing. Actually, it's not that much of a path tracing. Okay. Because we want to add some fog to this as well, because like they're way too, you know, they're close, aren't they? So we've got some. So water should be much darker, right? So sea should be like something like that, I think, maybe even darker. And then yeah, we want to add like a sea texture to it. Let's do that in a minute. So right. I'm going to add clouds and post because I'm just not doing it. Just not doing it. Just not doing it. So I'm going to quickly change our settings. We'll put this down to 1000 just so we can see. And we'll definitely be doing, we're definitely going to be doing, denoise on this, I think. Because I want to render it at a pretty decent resolution, whatever I end up with. Actually, I don't even need to 16 by 9 because it's an advert, isn't it? So I could make the yeah. Okay. Okay, and I think let's figure out how to make like forests and shit. Also, most places are way too high. Let's just, I don't even know the scale. Let's check the scale of my scene actually, because I should have done it ages ago. You fool. Let's just save this for now. And then let's go to, this is like a meter, isn't it? Height. Yeah, so let's just quickly go into okay, well, we'll do this then. We'll go panel, arrangement, single view, thank you. Okay. Right, what size is this scene? Let's figure this out. 10,000 centimeters. 10,000 centimeters. So let's just do Command D, Control D. I'm sorry. Scene scale 1 meter. So why is my measure showing in centimeters? I'll just come out here. We'll just go into my measuring tool again. Okay, so I'm going to go into right. I don't really know how big this should actually be, but let's find out. So from there to there. Although actually no, because I want to do this at like that's 1,000. That's 10,000 centimeters. What's that in English? What's that in the Queen's? Yeah, because my actual makeup is the correct. I'm going to scale it all down. I think. I guess yeah. So when I bring my actual makeup, I'll scale it all down so it fits in, because that's I've made that a real world scale. We'll see how that goes. So rendering. Oh, I lost my little fun setup. Whatever. Let's go to my. Okay, so global scale 50%, 20% even. Okay, and then noise probably like turbulence. That'll do. Right. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do a decent ocean shade of C4D for Octane. I'm not good at it. I'm just not good at the sea. But that's partly why this is interesting, because it gives me a chance to do a good job of it. Or not. We'll see. Right, so yeah, it's way too big still. So we'll do this at like 2%. And then I think my plane probably needs more divisions even. I can even do it in multiple planes, to be honest, but. And then on my plane, let's just do 200 by 200. There we go. And then my displacement height is way too high. So let's do height 500. Still probably too high. 100. Because then we'd add like a bunch of splashes around here, maybe some rocks or whatever. Also, where's our lighting? So our light's coming from this. Yeah, so actually, I might want to. It's going to play havoc with. Oh, actually, what? Daylight. Oh, okay, that's why we went. So. Okay. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like a word, like a logical proportions, right? So these are going to be distant mountains covered in trees all the way back here. These have loads of trees. I'm going to have big branches up front, I think, just to sort of like enclose this, so make it a bit swampy around here. And maybe have some grass blades up here, so that we can tell the people are tiny. Probably a tiny boat. Okay. Making some progress then. So we've got to figure out. Yeah, what do I put here? I think honestly, I just want a massive landmass. So if I just do that, I'll make a really fucking big one. There we go, like that, right? Let's get it so we've got that way. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, perfect. And then what we'll do, we'll push this a little bit further back, like that. There we go. And then we'll do. We're just going to duplicate that. Bring it forward. I'll give it a different seed, I guess. Let's not do that. Let's make it. It should be local. There we go. And then we'll push that backwards that way. like that, and then we'll just reseed this, see what it comes out like. Whatever. That looks good. That looks good. Is that good? I don't know. It's all fine now. Yeah. Okay. And quickly, let's also see what it looks like with a better daylight model, because we're using the Octane daylight at the moment, which is the worst one. It's the one you basically never use. Although actually, this is looking pretty cool to me today. But let's just go to my old favorite, Nishita, which is just a little bit more realistic, a little more natural. But let's go back to Octane, because we've got that. It's kind of better because the sky's a bit more cartoonish, you know? What the fuck's going on with my... whatever this is. Awful mountain texture. Let's just go and let's make this less horrible. Let's just first off, let's just make this slightly better. Let's just add some noise, just because it makes it less distracting. Distracting. Thank you. And then what we'll do for color, we'll make that one like that, and color 2, we'll make it like something like that. I don't know, whatever. And then 20% scale, and then we'll turn up the roughness. Where are we? Roughness. Turn that way up. Make that fully diffuse. That, the normals on those seem really fucked on that land. Don't know why, but it doesn't matter because we won't see it anyway in the end. Okay. Yeah, I think oh, these are fun. These blatantly won't work on anything useful though. What is this? Let's just save it. Oh, what happens if I click this? What's going to happen? Are these aren't HDRs, are they? What does that do? I don't know what that does. Anyway, so okay, so let's go into, let's just do wood. I know there's some. Oh. Okay, well that's not what we want. Anyway, fine. So, wood. Let's grab some wood. Let's grab this out and wham it here. Make it way, way bigger. Like 1,000,000 bigger. Where are you, wood? There you are. It's going to crash. I know it's going to crash. And then what we'll do is we'll just go to Octane, convert material. Oh, that does look bad though. That hasn't converted cleanly. Does it matter though? I guess the real question. Doesn't look good, does it? So what we'll do actually, so just do end fog, Octane fog volume. I'm not sure we do render fog or real fog. Let's get rid of the volume actually. If we can stay away from volumes, we will actually, because they're really expensive. That's going to crash, isn't it? But yeah, you get certain versions of Octane and certain combos of Octane and C4D when it's really crashing. Other times it's really rock solid. It's really variable, and I know it's. See, that's just killed it. Back in a sec. It recovered on its own. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's weird because C4D itself is, generally speaking, absolutely rock solid. But yeah, certain I had a time when I first started using it again. Again for a job, I had to use it for a job because I'd started a project in Octane. I couldn't, I had to finish it in Octane. And my app at the time couldn't do it. It had problems. It was too buggy. So I had to go back to C4D. It's what brought me back into it. Because I need to go somewhere. Yeah, and at the time, Redshift was super buggy, so I had to go into, and that particular instance of Octane was really really good. It's weird. It's just a bit all over the place. Right. Anyway, so what we're gonna do? What we gonna do? We were gonna go and yeah, we want a bit of fog in the environment, so we can add fog. I think there. Here we go. So add fog. Excellent. And then what we'll do is, I think it was scattering. Here we go. And then density will just like divided by 2. Wow. I can't remember how the density works. Absorption, I think it was on. I need to re-look this back up actually. That's all on 1. Okay, so go back up. That needs to be like way lower. That's still crazy. Huh. Why I can't remember how to use fucking Octane fog. Right, fog. Oh, is that right? Hang on, let's just... Okay, hang on. There we go. 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 So, I think what we can do, I can set a distance, can't we? I can't remember how we set a distance. So we go back into here, and then we just do medium radius, and then that affects the amount of fog we get. But how do we set the distance? I can't remember how to set the distance now. Oh, where was it? I can't remember. You can set the fog cutoff, but where is it? I'm going nuts. Medium. Plasma radius, light pass, scattering. Just have a guess. Nope, that's on 0. It's fine. Sample position displacement. Nope. Where was it? Ooh, that's weird. Okay, let's do that. Ooh, that's like weird. Okay, I have forgotten how to use this, so I might just turn it off. There's a way to set its distance. Oh, actually, hang on. No, I think it's actually my render settings memory settings. It could be. How do you do this again? No, it's not. Where is it? Where is it? I'm going crazy. It's not in tone mapping. I'm pretty sure. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. There's totally a way. Is it in the camera? There is an option for this. I'm not lying. Depth of field. Where is it? I'm going crazy. Lens effects. No. Volume. Ah, fog extinction distance. There we go. Enable. Oh, actually, no, it's camera. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Get rid of that. Fuck that medium off. We'll go back into the camera and we use the camera fog. Fog extinction distance. We'll just turn that up. Okay. Can't remember how to do this either. Fog extinction distance. Hang on, let's just reset to default. Okay, so we'll turn this on. Boop. Volume effects. Fog. Excellent. And then fog base level. We 100. That's on 0. How the fuck do I use this again? 1000. Okay, so you bring that closer. But it's just a little line in the middle of the screen. What is that? What is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Half density height. There we go. And then we do extinction distance. That should set it further back. Oh, fuck's sake. I can't remember how to fucking do this. I think I've got a reference scene I can go back to where I can see this. Medium radius. Okay, and then... Yeah. Oh, fuck it. Right. What I'll do, I'm going to turn that off. Turn off the fog. I'm going to come back to that. Realistic. I love the realistic lenses. Let's have a look. So go back into basic, realistic, and then we'll change this to 16mm. Oh, we look at that. And we do 28mm. 28mm wide angle. f2.8. And what we want to do is just... Oh. What we want to do is... Get rid of that. Look at that. Anyway. Octane camera. We'll change from there to... We'll just do thin lens again. There we go. Perfect. Right. Okay. Let's look at this in aces quickly. Because I'm going to be... I've accidentally moved my camera. It was like there, I think. Was it? Okay, it was there. Okay, it's locked on. So what we're going to do, come into here, and then we'll go into post, and we'll turn off the fog. We don't want that. Okay, cool. So, wait, I'm not sure that's how that was. Was it? I wonder if I go back. Well, it's fine out. I lose. If I revert. At least my camera was in the right spot. Okay. So I had left a bit of a gap there. That's fine. 1 second. I've returned, but with coffee. So, I want to have a quick think about this. So, hang on, just quickly, just up my seat. Oh, I love this. I love this chair. Get yourself, best I can give you, get yourself, if you work at home or an office, get yourself a decent chair. I mean a real decent chair. I remember when I got a new job and I got a decent pay packet because I had a bit of time when I was just freelancing. I wasn't earning enough. I went and spent quite a lot of money on a good chair. I got myself a Herman Miller chair. Best thing. Best thing. So good they're good for your back. You need your back. You're going to need that to walk. I don't know. Right, so we're back to here. So I think, yeah, so there's a little gap here you probably want to fill. I think I'll probably put like a little waterfall type thing down here, but I don't know how to do that. I'll probably do that fully in post. In fact, actually, I can probably bulk this out with some more stuff in post as well, but we'll have to iterate on this, I think, a bit. Because I'll export out my camera and I'll do it on cards, which I never normally do. And I might try deep out. I've never done deep compositing before. But actually, I can do my fog in post. Why do I want to do that? Okay. Okay, we've got a plan here. So, we think ports of call. I'm going to let's do a little bit more scene setup. So I think, like, do you have a boat in here? There's no boat. Okay. Back to Sketchfab. Sketchfab. There we go. Back to Sketchfab. Ooh, Sketchfab. Can't recommend Kagi enough. Let me talk about that for a second. Search engine. It's paid for. It's not very expensive. No ads. No tracking at all. If you hate AI, you can have 0 AI as well. So there you go. That's effectively perfect. Right, so actually what is the staff pick? So actually, I don't look at the attribution on this. Let's just make sure. Okay. Ooh, look at that sushi boat. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, because what we'll probably end up doing, right, is I will get my light position out. Don't think I need to do any light linking with this. But what we'll do, actually, before we import that boat model, I'm just going to put a little boat-ish, boat-like shape in here. A boat-adjacent shape object. Choose a scientific term for it. And then, where is that? Cube. I thought I just made a cube. Oh well, there it is. Whoop. So, 20,000 centimeters. That's all that is. That's my phone. What is 20,000 centimeters in meters? Oh no, I'm dumb.
20,000 centimeters is equal to 200 meters.
200 meters, okay. Okay. Hang on. Because I can't visualize that. What's 200 meters in feet? What's Siri going to say?
200.
600 feet. Okay. That's pretty high. So, that makes that makes this scale actually pretty good, to be honest. Apart from this is too big. So I'll have to reduce this quite a lot. That's going to be a pain in the ass for later, but that's fine. Okay, so so we're just going to make a little boatman. A little boatman. So make a little boat. And then what we'll do, yeah, be like that. And then we'll just do 2, 2, 2. There we go. And then this is going to be amazing, right? You're going to blow your mind. Whoa. I know. Wait, the mind blowing isn't done yet. We're going to do this, right? I'm going to do this. Whoa, look at that. Mind boggling. But then, just when you thought it was done, oh my god. Oh my god. And just to make sure you know it's a boat, right? What you're going to do, we're going to go MW, I think. Here we go. Yeah, it is MW. And I'm going to do one of these. Oh my god. That's basically photorealism right there. That's just unbelievable craftsmanship. So, but basically, what we want to know where our boat's going to go, right? So we'll just do something kind of like this. Make it way smaller. Way. So about there. Something like that. Have our boat. And then we want, like, the people climbing. So let's go back to render. Yeah, that's pretty good. So let's just get my... I feel like this landmass here needs to come further forward, I think. Well, that boat's way too big, actually. Let's make that boat smaller. I think, like, not that big. Okay, so while we're here, let's just save that quickly. Come back into model, and what I'm going to do, so come out of my camera, I'm going to go into this guy. I'm going to clean up some of this shit quickly. Because we don't want these parts. We don't want these either. These little floaties, they're distracting. Distracting artifacts. I might not finish this scene today. Well, no, I mean, I won't. I think I should get as far as previs, and then I know, and I'll check in with a buddy. And I'll see what he says. Okay, so let's go back to here. And then, yeah, I'd want to do some little rocks down here. But I think first let's fill out a little bit more of this. So I think, like, probably... Okay, let's just have a think. So how would I... Right. Let's go do trees. Thousands of trees. I'm not sure the right approach. Although I want to go offline and I want to research that properly. Just so I'm doing it in an efficient way. Because I think, like, actually using trees is probably going to be pretty wasteful. But I think of, like, some good geometry... although actually, let's just quickly open a new scene. Come into here, and let's play with some of these trees because I know. So we're going to go sort of semi-tropical. Let's do. I don't know. Let's try that. Give it a second to download. And we'll see how these work. Because I think these are the loud work ones, I think. So I think they have, like, options. Yeah, tree options. Oh, no. That just feels like a big old Crazy ass tree. Okay, let's go into, let's just wham that there. Laub work trees. There we go. Legacy. Why in the legacy? Hang on, models. Trees. Model 48. Let's go for something weirder. Because I thought the Laub work things. Hang on, let's just do tree. Tree? I thought they were like, I need to learn how to use these because I don't actually know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh, that's huge. Okay, let's go and try another one. I thought there was going to be like options on this tree. I must be going crazy. Leaves. Because yeah, that's way too high, but that's like way too high. I was pretty sure that like the no. Nothing in there anymore. So I was told that the Laub work trees were available in this tier. Plants, trees, ivy, trees. That's nearly done. 114 meg for one fucking tree. Okay, excellent. That's what you want. Plant models. Okay, so it's these ones. That's the one, right? They need to separate these out and make this clearer. So, so if I do render mode, convex hull, then what does this show up as? If I do this, right? No, let's not do that because it'll fucking crash because shit. Redshift. And does it come in like correct colours and shit? Because that's probably what I want, right? No, it doesn't. So if I do... Oh, does it? Hang on. Convex hull, full geometry. Give that a reload. Start that over. Okay, so the... Let's just do Shift R. Is that going to be full geometry when I do this? It is. So let's pull in another tree. Okay, this could be pretty killer actually. So these models here versus these ones here are not the same. So if I do, yeah, that one, Mediterranean something or paper birch, let's go with that. They're fucking huge though, aren't they? Turkish pine. Oh, I don't know if I even want any of these. Norway, whatever it is. I have absolutely no... I'm just going to download a bunch. I have absolutely no idea. I think I've downloaded too many. Well, we'll see. That's interesting though. So we've got this Jacinda thing. And the preview render. So if I, while it's going, let's go render settings, and we'll check. Let's turn this off. Let's turn that off. There we go. Render settings, change to Octane, and then we'll just go into this one. I need to sort this whole scene thing out. Right, give that a reload. Excellent. Right, and what we'll do is underneath here, we will convert these materials, and we'll see how that goes. See if they convert nicely. Because yeah, if we can do this convex hull thing, that might be low enough. Or you could do because you want to use Octane Scatter instead of scattering actual geometry around, because it's going to be way easier. Okay, so that has. Let's just do this. Shift R. Will that do full? It does do full geometry, but the colors are fucked. So that's okay though, because if you're doing really low geometric density, I don't think it matters that much. You know, not convinced that matters. Should just start this in Redshift, and the whole thing in Redshift, really, shouldn't I? It's not too late. It's not too late because like, I don't need for a scene like this one. I don't need my yeah. I don't need any of this too perfect. Like the plastics. The plastics can just be good enough. They need to be impeccable because I'm gonna have like more static beauty guys anyway. So I think that'd probably be fine. Anyway, let's just quickly close this and we'll just type up a new scene again. Start over. And we'll go back to model. And then we'll go back into here. And then I don't remember which ones I fucking downloaded. So yeah, where it says models, and then plant models. Plant models are allowed work ones, and then ooh, hello. What ones did I download? I don't know. V. Oh, okay. It'd be good to see like. Oh, we'll pass that information forward. Oh my gosh, this is so slow. So yeah, I could switch this to. I could switch this to Redshift. I really could. Yeah, because in the background we had like a bunch of clouds, and I get to use the Redshift clouds. Yeah. Let's have a quick go at that. Actually, so we go back to that because this isn't done yet. So what I'm arguing over here is like my actual these hero assets are done in Octane. Sorry, so Octane is just it is better for that kind of like beauty thing. Fuck is this? Let's get rid of this model mode. I hate this. Standard. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Octane is better for this sort of like photographic beauty shot thing. So I'm going to do like the Kintsugi one. I will do definitely with Octane because that'll really shine with that. With this being a bigger scene, I get to leverage the fact that Redshift is faster. I think it will be faster in this. Plus also, I think I can render settings. Let's change this back to Redshift. Perfect. Okay, and then what we'll do is we will go to Redshift, RS render view, give that a reload, see what happens. He's unhappy. Okay, so we'll get rid of the. We don't need the. So we need to get rid of that Octane camera tag. We'll get rid of that environment. Okay. Yeah, none of those textures come in. That's fine. So what we'll do, I'm pretty sure underneath here, there's also a texture conversion thing that goes in the other direction. So if we do. Oh, anyway. Material exchanger. No. What was it? There is a converter. Convert. There we go. Convert. Ah. Okay, let's just quickly. Okay, let's go to Octane dialog. Okay, there's not much going with that. Okay, that's going to be fine then. So what we'll do is we'll just do new, and this is new rock formation. What's it called again? Rock formation. Sure. So what we'll do is we'll grab this, we'll undock this, we'll put these side by side for a second. Yeah, because I can get like a good enough plastic texture in Redshift, and probably good enough for this specific guy. And then just texture. Was it? I can't remember. Problem is though, right? So I'm much worse at Redshift. So everything's slower. But that's gonna probably be okay, I guess. Right, let's just do base color. Okie dokie. Let's go to my Redshift viewer. Start that up. This one should start to work. And this is on the distant rocks. It's called rock formation. Oh, rock formation. What am I doing here? This is rock formation. Oh Christ. Rock formation 6, let's say. So rock formation 6. Let's replace that. So any second now. There we go. Starting to get there. 1. Okie dokie. And then we've got our specular. So let's grab that and then do that. And then this is going to be our specular. I'm pretty sure there is a faster way to do this, but whatever. So specular. That's just we don't even need that. It's just grey. Okay, get rid of that. We'll go for our roughness. So this is actually important. Grab that. There we go. On this one, we're going to do roughness. I love modern rendering pipeline stuff. It's just so good. Normal. So where do we? I can't do this. So we just do. I can't remember how to do normals in Octane. So what we'll do is grab that. I think we just do normal. Is there a normal map? There you go, normal map. I think it's that. And then, yeah, you set a path. That's the one. I think you set it on the bump map. Let's have a look. So, but actually what I could... If I wasn't stupid, what I would have done, which is what the smart kids would do. Is that working? Sort of. But I just go to rocks here and then grab this back. What was it called again? What was it called? It was called nature.c4D. It's called. Give it a second. Oh, hurry up, you bastard. There we go. I think. None of this should be too much for this computer. I think I just hate Windows. I do think this machine needs a reinstall, actually. There we go. So what we'll do, this is for exterior rock formation 6. So rock formation let's revert. Let's revert to saved. Yes. Okie blokey, and then this is rock formation 6. There we go. Let's just copy that into here. Oh god. Alright. So first things first. Why is this going so fucking slowly? Redshift warning, shader node, blah, blah, blah. Okay, right, we're going to get rid of that material. I'm going to kill that off, get rid of that. So, these are all named correctly, so that's fine. Okay, excellent. Right, so, in rocks.c4d, what am I, so I've got Stonewall 5, Stonewall 8, Stonewall 5 and 8, so let's get Stonewall 5, 8. Boom. There we go. Stonewall 5 and 8. Get rid of those, but I can keep the materials. There we go. So, Stonewall 5. And then 8. Okay, and then I've also got rock formation 6, 5, and 2. Rock formation 6, 5, and 2. So rock formation 5, 6, and 2. I probably could throw a load more of these in here, but let's not go too nuts. Okay, so get rid of the models. We don't need those no more. Boom. And then we've got rock formation 6, rock formation 5, and then rock formation 2. Excellent. So now we create a new C. So of course one C hyphen base. There we go. Get rid of the old C. Put in the where is it on the plane? This is going to be that one there. There we go. Wonderful. And then now, so we've got sea base, got land. Don't need land anymore. Material 0 goes on that guy. And then sea base. Sea base. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're going to save incremental. Come on. Save incremental. And then, let's fire this up quickly. We'll see what this comes back as. It should look a lot better. And we're going to try and get a similar light position and light quality. But, well, that's it. Oh, hello. Better. Okay, so I need another one. Course 1, land. Land. And then that's going to replace all of the land. Actually, do this. Oh, fuck off. Fine, whatever. Get rid of those. Grab that. Grab that. Grab that. Come on. That. Excellent. Stereo textured mesh. How are you looking? That has failed to load the image. Okay. So I'll go back into there. Drag that into there. Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so land. We're going to make land green again. Make land green again. Oh, no, it's not make that joke. Okay, make land some kind of green. Excellent. And I'm going to make the sea base. The sea base! Some sort of sea blue colour again. We're going to do that. Yeah, make it darker. There we go, like that. So it's like watery. There we go. And then now, we're actually kind of there. But what we're going to do is we're going to go and add an environment. Give it a second to update. Boom. And I don't know why every time you've got to be like non-physical intensity to make it like more normal. That was pretty painless. So we'll do, let's do pre-therm. Okay, let's do this one, which is the closest to our cartoony sky. Clear sky, disk and lighting, there we go. And then we'll do create clouds. We'll add some clouds. Wow. Okay, we're going to get rid of those clouds. But that's cool. So there's high altitude clouds now as well. So if we do viewport, so we just do time and location, right? And then come down here. Okay, and then we do, time and location. We can't set a place, but we'll just do, it's got nothing for now. So we'll just do August 1st, and then it's going to be, this is about midday, wasn't it? So about there. And then, okay, Gran Canaria, that long. Okay, so it's going to be latitude. Okay. DMS? I don't know what this means. Okay. 2758 0 north, and longitude is going to be 1536 0 west. And there we go, similar lighting condition. Wonderful. There we go. We're basically finished. Right, so Nice. I'm going to go at reload. So now I can make use of more of the reference textures. I really do. As much as I properly love Octane, I need to slowly, as much as I hate saying this, move away from it and towards Redshift. Just because, again, I properly just prefer Octane. And that's, I don't think it's going to change, because it's just a beautiful renderer. But then, you know, you don't have to spend any more money on it with C4D, because Maxon own Redshift now. Yeah, so that's cool. And then, so let's go to my sun. So let's have a quick look. So night sky is a thing. Discontents too. Let's add the clouds again. See what happens. They look incredible, but they might be actually good enough by the time we're done. RS clouds. I think. Yeah, and then you just do like density scale would be like 0.03 to reduce the density, and then just add new seed to it. We can make this work. I think we can make, you can make a variation of this work, I think. Okay. We'll see what end result comes. I'm just going to put it down to luck, how good my end result comes out as, you know. What I'm going to do quickly while we're here. So yeah, actually, it's because I don't have the familiarity of the Redshift Sun and Sky. I have used it. Not many times, to be fair. Okay, let's undo that. Change. That was a silly change. Okay, so we've done all those clouds. I'm going to also look up, they've got high altitude clouds, because maybe I want a clear sky, but I need to, let's just do Preetham again. Preetham's not my favourite, but we'll see how it looks. It is more natural. It is better. And we can see the crazy ass speed this is going at. It's really good. This is one thing I do really like about Redshift. It is not always, a lot of the time, it's not always faster than it's not always faster than Octane, but most of the time it is, I'd say. And that's quite high praise, because Octane's very fast, I'd say, especially considering how pretty it is. So, okay, we've moved this back over to that boat probably needs to be a bit bigger, doesn't it? So my camera, which is no longer an Octane camera, but what we'll do is we'll add a new camera, an RS camera, which is superior. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy. I should be able to just copy its coordinates. Well, actually, no, because that's in the same position already, isn't it? Let's get rid of that. If we go back to here and we go back to RS camera. Boop. Protection. Yeah, so what we do is so we'll just have a go at it. We'll just have a go at it, right? What we're gonna do is we will bring in some let's go with this, because I have it, I guess. There you go. Look at that. Whoa, that's a tree. It's a very small tree. There we go. Wonderful. And then what we'll do is we'll go on to one of these landscapes. Go on this one, landscape 3, and we'll just add a RS object, and then I think it's under here. I think we do. I don't. Custom object, and then that's going to be this desert fan palm. There we go. And so then I should be able to. I need to forget to say random distribution, random seed. Fine. So that's uniform at the minute. So what I need to, I need to actually learn how to do this. So if we do This will be an off-stream thing because I haven't used this enough to know. So I've got my particles there. Source object visible. No. Random seed, scale multiplier. Let's make them, just keep them at 1. Okay. And there's no, I can't see other options here. So presumably I can use like, I want to have like, I want to affect the density, but like I want more objects, but I need to be able to affect the particle density, right? And just a random distribution, random legacy, you know what I mean? But yeah, right now, that'll be, so yeah, that's going to just put particles everywhere. I don't want particles everywhere. But for now, what we'll do is I want to see how this is going to go. So I'll press Shift R just to fire for a rush. I'll turn this off first. Let's just Shift R for a second. Come on, there we go. And we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Something like 1280. But they should then load those in at full resolution, and it has. So obviously that looks fucking mental, but the speed at which that happened was pretty splendiferous. So actually, if we do, so presumably we can use like a noise map or something, right? For this, so distribution, it says sequential, but how do you, like, how do you set the objects? How do you power? Because if I had more trees in now, let's just grab a couple more trees. What have I got? I've got a 1 sec. Okay, yeah. So I think rocks in the ocean type setup. What have I got? I've got a Mediterranean, whatever that is. Let's just do one of them. Next to my desert fan palm. Go back to this one. Can I? What? Why can't I bring? There we go. Second one in. So now, yeah, this will distribute both of them. Should do. Yeah, I think this will be mega workable, actually. So, yeah. Yeah, those trees are too small as well. So what we'd do is, I think, yeah, I'll put a couple more rocks here, I think. So let's just grab one of these guys. I think, like, this rock formation here. Is this the one I like? I can't remember if it's the one I like. And then we'll just we'll instance him. Instance him. Bring him all the way. Oh, shit. We'll bring him all the way. Hang on, where's my instance? Oh, no. Hang on. Hang on. Well, oh, there you go. There he is. And then we're just going to do a W. And then bring him over. I've actually just do the place tool. Because then we can do this much easier. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Orientation keep. Thank you. And then we'll just bring him down a little bit. Grab this. And we'll go. Whoop. Oops. Okay, put that over there. Okay, and then go into here quickly, and then we'll just do scale multiplier 1.6, and then we'll just do source object visible. And what we're going to do, we're going to go into here and just search for ground. Ground. Okay, ground. Cobble, we don't need that. We want like a dirt texture. Material, basic. Strike clay. No, we want dirt. I do have some of these. Let's just make one. So we'll go into, oh Christ, we'll go into, get rid of that. We'll add a layer. So we'll just do add this to add to layer, add to new layer. There we go. We could call this one trees because we don't want to see that. Okay, and then we'll go layers and we'll go trees. I'm just going to hide those from there. Perfect. So, okay. Come over to Eagle. Oh, I love how much faster it loads here because it's in the same room as my NAS box. Okay, so materials. Moss. Here we go. So look, some grass. Leather, lava, moss. Just go for grass. There should be some. I should have some dirt. Dirt. Let's do dirt. I did have dirt. Mud. What the chuff? Show subfolder content. There we go. Right, so there we go. What the hell? Ground. So dirt and weeds, dirt rocky. Let's go with this. I think that's the one. So what I'm going to do is in my land, I'm going to do this. Grab that. No. Okay. And then I can't remember how to set the scale, so to make that one 0.3, 0.3. Okay, and then there's my displacement, grab that. No. And then I don't really need the normal. I could get the normal. Yeah, why not? No. Okay. Is there a roughness? Reflection, gloss, ambient occlusion. Let's go with. Nope. And then we'll just pump that into that. What we'll do quickly, we'll just flip this over. 0.5. 0.5. Close that down for a sec. It's alright, fine. So, yeah, that's fine. We don't need the normal. That'll be good enough, I think. And that's still way too big. So what we'll do is... Wait, does it go the opposite way? 2, 2. No, 0.01. Okay, 0. Actually, can I just do this? Can I just do transform? Is that transform? Scale? I always... Hang on. Do I remember how to do this? No, I do not. To be honest. So nodes, maths. No. Environment. Utility. Right, so hang on. This should be... That's user data. Again, another thing I really like about Redshift is that's much easier to work with than it is in Octane. Vector. I can't remember. User interface, nodes. Fuck it. Right. 0.01. 0.01. At this point, actually, I don't even need a text. I can just do noise. Noise. And then I can just do that into roughness. Noise. Type. Whatever. Hang on. Noise. Max on noise. Into roughness, and I can do a bit bigger. Where's my scale again? I forget my scale is. Output. Input. Overall scale 10%. Whatever. So let's just give that a quick pause. That let's give it a quick render. See how it looks. So just want the land to show through underneath those trees, don't we? Because they won't. We'd modify the density of those trees and maybe set some like. You know, I don't go down the route of setting like doing like proper, well-designed whatever, because that already does kind of a lot of this. Some 2 little sample trees down there. I thought I set this to show. Either way, we're getting 19-second renders on that, although it's 1080, whatever. Doesn't matter that much. But go back into here, and if we just do, yeah, source object visible. Geometry. Yeah, okay, so I need to have a better understanding of that, for sure. Yeah. Let's give that a quick reload. That should. Yeah, bizarre. Although, actually, no, you know what? How would I do that? I need to Google that, how to do that. So, we're going to get rid of our trees for now. Let's get rid of that. And we'll get rid of both these trees. For now, because they're both wrong anyway. And then, I think this guy here, just put him below the ocean a little bit. Below the ocean. And then I want to put, so I do want to have some like, that needs a bit of something there. You know, like, something, a bit of something. I think, yeah, my boat's probably a bit too small, I'd say. Also, yeah, my actually, is there an ocean? Is there an ocean material? Ocean? Oh, there is. Is this an old school? Or is this an... No, this is not an old ocean. So, give that a go. Boom. Can I get with that? Is that... Oh, shit. C. So we'll come out here. So we'll go into ice. Oh, cool. I forgot. Okay, nice. So I've got my ice materials, great. And then we should have water. Paper, no, liquid, there we go. Liquid. Oh, great. Natural. I need to figure out the right way to do a water texture, a nice one. So actually, yeah, the density you get with the particle spread, I just need to figure out the right way to do that in Redshift, because I don't know it in Redshift. Yeah, and I probably want some like more interesting ocean, because I don't see anything below here, but I'll add some rocks and some whatever to make this more plausibly a thing. And then this should be probably more... I think honestly my camera might be in the wrong spot. Maybe. Let's duplicate that. Oops. Let's duplicate that camera. Perfect. And then this one. Let's come to here. Right, we'll bring it in slightly. I feel like the camera's in the wrong spot. Like there. I probably don't even need much of that rocky outcrop. Let's grab that quickly. And then we will just do this. We'll bring them over a little bit. Because we want to, so I think I kind of want to frame the outside of this frame. So if we go back to our reference, you need some foreground, right? So what we're looking to do is mess around a little bit with this sense of scale, right? So there we go. This is a logical scale. So is this. Like, these things are all not realistic scale, so it doesn't actually matter. So what we'll do is I want to mix like distant stuff, like close-up stuff, just so it feels like, you know what I mean? Like, how big is this bottle? You don't know how big this is, right? You haven't got a clue. You haven't got any idea how big this is. You can't possibly know. Oh, let's just save this. Actually, save this somewhere. Let's go into nature reference. Okay, so yeah, yeah, you can't know how big this is, right? So if we go, that's where we want to get to, and there's this one here with this, like, this absolutely makes no sense, right? So we want like some stuff in the foreground, I think, to frame all of this. So like some tree fronds, I think, coming over here. And I'll probably put some, like, get the makeup in, put some ivy up it. Maybe like a fake sun disk coming up from behind here, because does it matter? Does it matter? That's the real question. You know? Because the scene staging is everything. So I'll go back to my rocks quickly. And we'll find some cool rocks. What's he? Rock Formation 1. He's pretty cool. So I can grab Rock Formation 1, dump him in the scene here, right? And then what we'll do is we'll bring him over here. Get way, way, way bigger. And we'll put him right in front of the camera. right? And then yeah, and then we have like some trees coming out of here, and I have something else on this side, right? Yeah. Let me just quickly, just for my own interest, I'll do this, and we'll just. Okay, so move him on on Z. There we go, across there. There we go. And then we'll just grab him in like place mode. There we go. There we go. Okay. Where's my little boat? There's my boat. Maybe like that. And then I can make like a more interesting sea, because we need a bit more. We need a bit more room in the sky as well. So I think the way I'm going to do that, actually, I think in my actual render, I'm going to change the aspects, because it doesn't need to be 16 by 9 at all. There's no need for it to be 16 by 9. So let's not make it 16 by 9. So synthesize. Okay, so we'll do this underneath our render settings. So we'll go underneath render. We're not going to change the resolution yet. We're not lock the ratio. We're going to do 1280 by 1280. Let's do it square. There's no rules here. Okay, no, that was a bit much. So render settings, and we'll make this 1280 by, let's make it 900. There we go. Just gives a little bit more, a little tiny bit more sky. Right? And then I think I want to bring in the focal length to like 24. There we go. And then we'll just do, is that better? I think it might be. Because we want like a little bit more latitude above it. About there, I think. That's probably good. Okay. And then, yeah, it's just a case of... So I want some rocks in the sea. And then... And is it, yeah, it would be mad to put a fake sun behind it just to get some crazy crepuscular rays and shit coming out of it. Because they look really good in, yeah, because that's not at all where the sun is, right? Doesn't matter, no one knows. Because we've got loads of like, yeah, because we want to create, okay, so we want to create some intimacy around the frame here, don't we? So probably what we'll do is go back into my trees. Shrubs. Trees. Canary Island something. Cool. Give him a minute. Yeah, because you want like the end result to be like hyper saturated, right? You might have some framing on the left hand side as well. Type finish. Down a goddamn second ages. Yeah, what are we looking at this in? We're looking at this in. It says RS. Yes, just do RS camera 1. While waiting for that, let's just play with some of the. I do enjoy playing with this. So we'll do optical. Yeah, so you'd have like. You'll probably do this in post anyway, but yeah, you can. It's quite cool how much you can actually do. In render now. LUT. I'm not going to play a LUT yet. Let's just go with a bit of bloom. Oops. We're just going to do that for now. Right. I ain't got no magic bullet. So yeah, what we could do is so where is that? Let's find out. Default camera. Where have I just put that? RS physical sun, he's here. Okay, so we'll leave that there. I think that's just a representation of the sun itself, right? It is. So, model, PLG Clisco, legacy. Okay, fine. So what we're going to do is... I'm going to come back under here. We're going to add a spotlight. No, not spotlight, sorry, point light. Add a point light. Point light. I'm going to wham that. That should be in local coordinates, so local space. Okay, and I'm going to wham that over here, back here somewhere. Okay. Where my rays at? Oh, anyway, so let's get rid of that for a second, and then we'll come back to my camera, RS camera 1, and we'll grab Canary Island, whatever guy, him, be way bigger, way bigger. Okay, come over here. Why are you not scaling? Huh? Custom scale, thank you. 500. 1. 2. So in, okay, 1. 50. Oh, don't know. Right, so in editor mode, we'll just do render geometry. There we go. Just so we can see it. Because we don't actually want this plant, we just want its leaves. We want it to be big enough so its leaves intersect with, like, they over the camera, right? So what we'll do is make it 20. We want it to be like 10. Okay, 5. Because all we really want, yeah, we'll make it like 3. Excellent. And then, oh, it's not very bushy there, is it? So let's do that. like that. Okay, and then can we do like 200%? Is that a thing? No. Season, yeah, let's do variant 1, full grown. Okay, so just go back to default camera, and then we'll just position this however we want it to be, because we just want these leaves, right? We don't give a shit really about the okay. I don't like that tree. Actually, is that a bit premature? Hang on. Let's quickly full grown. We're being a bit hasty, maybe. Okay, we need a different plant. I don't want one of these. I want one of these instead, because I can control it better. There we go, and they're smaller as well. Palm tree. That one. I want that one. They're so much smaller as well, aren't they? Excellent. So, him. Let's go with that. Actually, I don't like it. I don't like it. Palm tree. There we go. So, what I'm going to do first off is way bigger. And then excellent. We want his fronds. Perfect. That's better. That's a lot better, right? Okay, where's my other palm trees at? There's one there. Let's make him once again way bigger. Way bigger. There we go. Also, and then this elderberry, elder thingy, right there. Way bigger. Excellent. Not as in the way as that, but that's what we want, right? And then there must be some sort of like grasses. Grasses? There we go. That grass there looks great. Let's go with that. I'm having a wonderful time. Just look through the camera quickly. Okay, so there we go. I think if we could like do a quick camera toggle type thing. Okay. Camera, RS camera 1. Still not in view. View, camera, default. Oh, hang on, 5. There we go, perfect. 5. Let's get them in view quickly. There we go. Hello. Okay. Set 0. Oh shit. Camera 1. Offset 0. I can't see my depth of field here. Last bit in post. Oh Christ, wrong camera. Yes. I'll pause that. I need to figure out that distribution for the trees. Yeah, that's going a vague direction, I like. Good. Look at this. C4D redshift. Shit. C4D redshift. Scatter. RS objects. Scatter. No. Yeah, landscape shot. Okay, that's where I need to go. I'm gonna look at it off stream. To distribute those. Okay, so I'll place some. I need to make my ocean better. Hang on. Redshift ocean shader. Because it doesn't need to be waves, but it does need a bit of. Let's look at some reference actually. So let's just do tropical ocean. I don't want to see that clear water shit. I want like proper, pure, like full on distant ocean. Like that. Yeah. That's the one. So I think. Okay. Let's just have a quick go. Oh Christ. So we're just gonna put this into all of this into without the rocks, all of these into add to layer trees. There we go. So okay. Right, wait. All right, so yeah, C base, and then what we're going to do is we're going to make this actually transparent. So transmission really needs to be full, doesn't it? There you go, and then color needs to be like literally can be blue. That works. works not too badly straight out of the box, actually. One of that harsh cutoff line is that's my... What is that? What is that? Let's find out what that is. Let's go to default. Aha! That. Let's just go to here. Grab that. That camera. That's camera 1. Is... What are you? Landscape, landscape. There we go, it's him. And you... Right, so what we're going to do then, actually, because that's worked shockingly well straight out of the box. So we're going to do underneath our transmission depth. Okay. 0.1. Okay, 0.01. What was it set to before? There we go. So depth was 0. Scatter. (100 centimeters). There we go. 200 centimeters. I'm going to make some more normal colour. Let's make it like a more regular blue. Okay, and then depth will change this to 500 centimeters. Why not? Okay, 1,000 centimeters. I don't want to see the edge of that, so let's make that taller. Put that under there. My display. So let's turn the height up on that. Height 200. Okay. Okie dokie. So we want to get another one of these planes. Let's just come out of here. Let's just save. Actually, not saved in ages. Let's just save incremental. Okay. And then we're going to come out of this camera. Default camera. Okay. Where's our plane? Our plane is there. So, oh shit. So what we want is, actually no, that's not a good idea. Let's just do that. I'm going to come back into this guy. And this needs to be over here. What does it? Back into default. Okay, it's over there. sky water. Tell you what, so if we go to my distant rocks, ooh, some of those near the camera. These ones. Okay. Okay. So my water plane. Okay, so I guess get my largest. Okay, so let's just reduce the size on that quickly. Back to what it was. I think that's big enough. And then what we'll do is we'll go like this. Grab another one of these. And this needs to go like. This needs to be huge. Needs to be like that. You know what I mean? And then. So that camera, RS camera 1. What's my problem there? What's that? That's that. So that needs to come. Okay, that needs covering, so let's grab that, bring that. Okay. So, what if we're going to, so yeah, we're going for this and then that. Okie dokie, so that's that guy. That's barely visible at the moment, to be honest, but whatever. There's some sort of distant mesa over there. And then, yeah, I think it'd be, before we go into the weeds on this, that's getting better now. We've got a little gap there, which I need to kind of sort out right there. So I can probably give that a little rotate like that. No, do you want to use another one? Let's just grab this. And then we will do an instance, leave that in there. And then we'll wham that, oops, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, down. And that one come back that way, so that can just like do the thing I was doing before, like that. And this one is a bit bigger. At a completely different angle. We do need another water plane over this way, I think. Just covering all of this area like that. Oh no, it's not working. Oh, fuck's sake. Right, so hang on. I'm going to get this underneath the... Let's see, actually, how's a fog working? I always wonder how this works. Let's do RS physical. Let's go to my environment. Oh. So go to my environment. Where are you? Okay, it's getting a bit messy. Planes, course one, water, cube, and that's boat, ref. Distant rocks is distant rocks. Land is land. Okay, cylinder is makeup, ref. Okay, I was camera. Okay, fine. So, that's fine. Where is mine? There we go. Iris Sun Sky. Let's drag that to the by there. Okay, and then what we'll do is density, we'll make this one 0.02, 0.01. Clouds aren't amazing, are they? They're okay. But yeah, actually altitude is going to be much higher. Or lower, in fact. Let me just sort of keep... We just keep seeding that until we're happy. Okay. And I need to figure out, like, yeah. Let's just save that quickly. I wonder what's done to the render times, will it? So previous was, again, one thing I love with C4D, I do love the render view, it's 29 seconds. So this one, I think it'll be quite a lot longer with those, with the sub, well, the C effect. Wow. Okay. You can see where this is going, where this is heading. So actually, that's a significant increase in render time. 1 minute, 11 seconds, 29 seconds, just for those clouds. I mean, they look all right. Not blowing me away. They're not blowing me away. But yeah, we've got a sense of what the scene could be. I think you probably need a bit more cover over here. Yeah, I want some jutty rocks down here, I think. And then let's put my... Should I put the rowboat in? I want, like... Yeah. Had the render viewer running, that was going to slow it right down. So we'll see what happens now. Should be a bit faster. I don't have my depth of field working at all, so I'm going to have to do that in post for sure. That's fine. You want to do that anyway. I'm going to do some of this in post anyway. Yeah, I do love that bi-colour in there. So what I need to do is I need to bring in my... I think I want to bring in my asset. No, I need to do that. I'm going to duplicate it, right? I'm going to append it with Redshift. I'm going to quickly redo those plastics in Redshift as good as I can get them. I had a little experimentation a few days ago and I got it really close, like good enough close to the Octane version. But this is going in a good direction. I quite like where this is going, actually. Because you can imagine with a little bit of, like, still going slow, actually. With a little bit of bow distortion, lens effects, all that kind of crap. If I were to trail some ivy and stuff up here, make it look like it's been there forever. And yeah, maybe you probably might want a bit more around here to frame this. I could probably do some more of that in post, though, to be honest. And then, yeah, the main thing is getting all those trees in. That'll transform this scene. Rocks in the ocean, get the people up there. You need some sort of like beachy effect. The water probably needs a bit more improvement. There's a bit of noise in here still. But actually the light looks quite nice. Actually, it looks quite production-y, which is good. Production-y, that's a word. But yeah. And the water's working better than it probably has any right to at the minute, which is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will take a while to finish, but I think let's look at the transform, turn it off. Yeah, so that's in aces. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Those clouds need to come off though for now, because that's really affecting render time hugely. I know we can optimize this down, but I've never really gotten into the optimization stage of Redshift enough. And I could even maybe put like a little bit of a ledge in front of here, just so we're looking out over the scene, right? To help ground it. That could be interesting. Glad I stole those rocks. Use those rocks that I have access to. Let's just quickly, let's see what we can do with this. Yeah. Yeah, it is fun. Put a few buildings over there, I guess. Yeah, I think the finishings of this, which I'm going to figure out how much I want to do after the fact. So I think it's going to take quite a while to get to a finished state with this. I'm going to do the one thing I'm going to do on the stream now, and I might move on to something else for a little while. I've got maybe half an hour. So I'm going to quickly pause this here, and then I'm going to quickly do an alternate. Let's just make sure this is saved, because I'm enjoying this, and this is getting good. Yeah, so what I'd want to do on here, rocks in the ocean, you need to get that sort of beachhead effect. So around all here, make sure there's waves interacting with the edges. You need to think out the right way of doing that. I could just do that after the fact. I'm really tempted to, rather than, I think it would take ages to get right in 3D, whereas you could just do it with like particles and stuff probably quite quickly in Fusion. So I might just do that there. Get my render pattern set up well, but then yeah, the main thing is getting the trees into the scene and finishing all the set dressing, getting the people up there. But yeah, for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in my asset. To turn it off, and I'm going to quickly convert my, well, not convert, rebuild my current asset as best I can in Redshift. So let's just do that. We're going to go to there. And we're going to go with this guy, and this is the most recent one, I think. And he is a he's an octane. He is an octane, not a, there we go. He's an octane and not a Redshift. So we're going to try and do the same color as well, because I think this is the color I want for my final one. This is going to be lid on as well, so it's going to be at this. You can see how it's going to go, right? Lid on at that angle, whatever. But we've got a very like plausible plastic here. So I'm going to grab all of this into a new scene. plonk that in, go to Redshift, because that's my default still. Fire it up and see what happens. Don't know what that is. Interesting. So first things first, that decal needs to get redone. All of the models fine. So what we want to do is clear plastics. We're going to do a new one. Call it clear plastic. Okay. And then we're going to, I can't remember, there's an automatic way of doing this, right? We're going to grab this and then we're going to do material. I can't remember how to do it. Material. I'm sure there was like, try that. Oh, it's underneath there. Convert all materials. Bollocks. Is that going to work? No. Render. So render setting should be default to, yeah, Redshift. Excellent. Okay. And so we'll just do it from hand. Just do it by hand. Fuck it. Let's do it by hand. It's okay. Backdrop can stay the clear plastic. So what we're going to do is clear plastic, replace, 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 replace. Thank you. I think that's everything. Bottom. There we go. I can't remember that there's like a quick way to replace all instances of this, but I can't remember how to do it. Anyway, that's fine. So I'm going to give that a quick. So backdrop, we don't want that cat. So camera, we'll get rid of that. Area light, we'll keep that. Octane sky, get rid of that. What are we using? We were using Light Studio 1. Okay, so we go to HDRI Studio, HDR Light Studio 1, just drag that in. Another thing I like about Redshift. And then give it a second. Sometimes this crashes. There we go. Kinder Bueno. Look at that. So, actually, let's go back to me deleting my camera because I'll use the same camera for now. Get rid of that. And yeah, it was HDR Light Studio 1. Grab that. M. And then yeah, it's the car paint I'm worried about because that was hard. But then in this, it doesn't matter because I've got that pretty much where I want it to be in Octane. These renders will be these standalone renders will be in Octane still, so we're going to stick with that. Clear plastic. I'm going to go with transmission. Okie dokie, and then the color's going to be. I go back to this clear plastic. We've got actually my color on. Okay, because I remember I've massively over-egged this, so. Good news is I can just do this because I made this in the most overkill way I possibly could. And then on my transmission, what we're going to do, let's just grab our roughness, change this to 0. I think we've got the new scratches. So yeah, this looks like shit. But I think what we've got to do is, when memory serves, because again, Redshift is not, I'm not any sort of Redshift particular knower really. So we'll go into advanced, I think global, no. GI, I think the first one, change it to a radiance cache in the first instance, I think, and then sampling, leave that there for now. This is going to be fun. It's going to be really fun, I think. So, area light, get rid of that Octane tag. Convert to Redshift. There we go. Okay, that's too strong. Intensity, make that 2. Right. So, let's start with our basic material. So, our IOR. So our original IOR is. I think it's 1.58, 1.584. 1.5 is probably good enough, but let's just do that anyway. It won't make much. It has made a difference. 1.5. Yeah, it has. Yeah, made a little tiny difference. So, they're supposed to be. Oh, is that it? Is that? Oh, hang on. Where's my cap? Did I delete the cap? Where is my cap? Hang on. Stick makeup. Basic. Use data. Cap display. Oh, I've broken the bloody cap. Let's just rip this. Let's just get rid of this. Let's just delete that. Okay, where is my cap? Where is my cap? I think I've fucked it. I actually do. Oh, there it is. There he is. There he is. Let's get him into Octane camera, and then no, that's just not good enough. Let's go to there. He's not down enough yet, and then back to Octane camera. Where is my cap? Where is my cap? There he is. Boop. He's on. Okay. So depth 0.8. Let's try that. That's actually not too awful. So I want to use the new scratches, and also I need to figure out how to do the decal. And that's not the same color really as it was previously. So let's just quickly try and get it visually to a similar kind of thing. It's a bit redder, I guess. Something like that. I think our depth is wrong. So 0.4 I think is probably about right. No. That feels like it's going the wrong way. 0.9. Let's try that. Centimeter, 1 centimeter, because this is only 2 centimeters thick, because the scale of this is completely off. So actually I need to tweak this in that other scene anyway, because the scale is completely wrong. But actually this is looking pretty good. 8 centimeters. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So yeah, let's do 2 centimeters probably not it. So let's do 1.2 I think is about right. There we go. That's close. Okay, so let's make this a little redder, something like that. And then my cap is also technically correct, I'd say. So if we do diffuse color, that won't affect anything good. That's correct. This is easier. So yeah, 0.1 is too noisy. So 0.05 is going to be almost nothing. So what we want to do is I should have the scratches. Scratch. Ooh, hello. So I think that actually, let me go on back in a sec. So I figured out that I have a really old version of Redshift. Well, not really old, but like not the new one, because there's a new scratches shader, and I was looking for the high altitude clouds, new feature. That wasn't there either. So, and I went into my Maxon app and it said it wasn't even installed, which is weird. So, clearly it's an old version that's licensed itself. I don't know, whatever. Point is, I'm currently re-downloading Redshift, because I don't know what version I had previously. Weird, but anyway, yeah. So the depth and the because I'm not used to like OpenPBR. Again, I just use Octane 90% of the time. And last time I used Redshift, it was before they're using, was it the standard material or it wasn't the OpenPBR, it was another one. It was their default. They've changed the default to that now. No excuse, either way. I know it's like Arnold style. I know Octane has it as well, but I'm just used to my way of working, right? So I'm not familiar with that. So, but it's nice, it's intuitive, and actually there's fewer controls. So like I'm thinking about like, yeah, if I move over to Redshift, which I would like to, and I can eventually, I think, get back to, you can't ever quite get that. There's this thing that the Octane does. Let me try and find a good example of it while I'm waiting for my download. I'm trying to fill time here. 15%. So yeah, Octane render. There's this like look to it. If I could show you in Modo, but it's probably going to crash. There's this sort of like naturalness of light you get with Octane, which is just stunningly photoreal. It just has this look to it that is just very hard to replicate. Like I've seen it replicated in Arnold. I'm not really seeing anyone fully. I mean, you can always get there, but there's this sort of naturalness to how light falls off in Octane. Especially, so where Octane really shines is reflective and transparent materials in particular. So if I go into, let's just come out of here. So that's for that. So if I just do explore, gallery, and then I'll just do all channels. I'll just do like glass. Just do glass, why not? High protocol there, fuck that. And then add filter, and then we'll just do software, include Octane. Is this a good example? Oh, it's not bad. Oh, no, it's not amazing, actually. But yeah, so this sort of quality of light, which is like, because Octane's a specular renderer, it's more like, it's close to like the ones that do, like, it does the really hardcore, like, caustics and stuff like that, right? This isn't actually the best glass I've seen. This is pretty mundane Octane glass. I've personally done better glass than that. The scene staging's quite nice. It's alright. I don't love this leather thing, but yeah, this is okay. But yeah, what's a good example? Some excellent Octane examples now. That's not a bad Octane example for a transparent material, and how, yeah, so we can see all of this, you know, beautiful. This is like really easy. See all this? This is the stuff you get, right? Here we go. All of this, like diffraction and really high quality lighting is, by comparison, not trivial, but much easier to achieve in Octane, because this is its wheelhouse. This is what it does. This is its bread and butter. So this transmission, all this sort of stuff, this light transfer is extremely Octane centric as a thing. And this is I like the opposite end of the spectrum. This is where Blender is extremely weak. Well, Rent Cycles is extremely weak. There we go. Ooh, Bokurama. Wonderful. But yeah, so I think this is using one of the realistic lenses, but then again, the way, I don't know how this works elsewhere, because a lot of this stuff's post effects, and in Octane world, when you have light, So in Octane realistic lenses, because it's spectral, it's doing a lot with. It's not just firing rays; it's doing a lot with like accumulation and like stuff with light. It's not your normal render in a lot of ways, right? Depending on which engine you use, which kernel you use. But yeah, like it actually simulates quite accurately the transmission of light going through those lenses back into the camera rather than just adding it as a post effect. It's pretty interesting. There we go. Ah, you've got an example. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So universal camera, standard camera. Is he using the realistic lens? He's not. Oh, it's Rafa. Ah, so yeah, okay. This is Silverwing. I thought it'd be his work. He's really phenomenal. Actually, let's look at some. He's a great person to look at to get good because he's just an Octane guy, really. So you get some great examples here. I want to do a mini disc, and the bastard did one before me. And I noticed after I bought mini discs as well to reference. But yeah, this is all Octane. And yeah, a lot of these projects sort of lean into its strengths pretty well. This is fun. Actually, it doesn't look super Octane-y, this scene. And it's got some telltale, because I'm not saying I can do better, but it's got some telltale stuff like too much depth of field without a good enough. I'm critiquing an artist who's definitely better than me. But yeah, there's a few things here which like do shout very CG. Or in the post, so you can see there's like slightly too much chromatic aberration here. You know? But then he's got details that I would miss, like this lovely realistic fluff and fuzz all over here is wonderful. Screen material is not incredible. Anyway, but overall, he is a better 3D artist than me. He's just significantly better than I am. Yeah, some of this is wonderful. You can always critique stuff. Critique is easy, you know, because I wouldn't even bother modeling half of this shit. I'm too lazy. I would never do a scene like that. Unless I could find all the shit. And if I could find all the shit for it, what would be the point in doing it? You know? This is a bit of me. This is probably an example scene. Yes, this will be material like... Oh, what's that? An advert? Shut up. Yeah, this is good. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Also extremely nice. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful car paint. Right, is this download it? 42%. Jesus Christ. Yeah. There's the Matchbox shader. Where's his bauble? I don't know how to do car paint. That's the so yeah, he's got so he's got a base, yeah, he's got layered, he's got flakes. So basically the car paint I made was based off this guy's tutorial because I don't know how to use the car paint. I don't do car paint at all. So he had a car paint tutorial which I followed and modified to make my shiny more metallic makeup shader. Need to finish the rest of my makeups as well. But I want to get one or two of these like out the door pretty quick. So yeah, flakes. What's he got? So he's just projecting. Don't know what he's projecting. That's just a transform. So he's got a gradient. No. Okay. So that's whatever his reference is, and then so his base is going to be presumably that is a metallic, and then his layer is flakes. Okay. And then yeah, he's got a so he's called that coating, but he's added a new layer, which is going to be a specular layer just for his coating. Okay, nice. So it's like 47%. It's better be worth it. Wonderful work from Raphael. I'm not sure if he likes being called Rafa or not. So that logo's fucking glorious. That ceramic is fucking fantastic. Look at that. Look at that. Superb. because like I'm doing like when it comes to, so I'm going to do like a couple of like just things moving around these shots. I'm going to do some shots, but that'll be the simpler compositions, because if I do a moving video-y thing with this nature scene, it'd be a fucking nightmare. I'm just not going to do it. So when I do, I think I've got that idea of doing I've got some suites. I think with all the others, I think apart from this one, I can do more work, more animation if I want, because I don't do enough animation really. So this project's not like I've chosen, because I like doing pack shots anyway, and then if I get work, that's the work I normally get. He's done some cycles. Yeah. So he's done some Cycles 4D, I guess. Because I was looking at it. Here we go. Yeah, Cycles version. You can, right, so let's look at, this is going to be Octane at the top. So look, we've got real caustics. There's not a very special glass show he's got there. It's very mundane. And if we go, so there's his brass. Oh my god, has he got this? There we go. So he's got that. Specular roughness. Where's his actual? He's not showing his glass, but you can see these fakes. He's got them very close. But actually, I think that metal probably looks better. Oh no, I like his metal in the Cycles version. Maybe it's just the color is a bit different. He's not. Yeah, he's not shown his glass shader, which is the most interesting thing. But yeah, so that's your Cycles, and if we go back to here, he's got them very close. But yeah, but it feels like he's almost like I said, it's not a particularly special glass shade he's got here, so it's not a great one. So I think he might have done it on purpose to try and get them close. The impression I get. I don't know without watching the video, but I've seen better, and I've seen him do better as well. He's extremely good with Octane. He's primarily an Octane guy. Ooh, yeah, look. So there we go. Look at the difference in quality of these. This is awesome. Little bum cheek there. There you go. And quite tastefully done with the smooth, a little bit overdone. That's the thing, we all do it. If you're doing CG, you tend to overdo this. You want almost nothing. But then, and then he's got little fluffs in hair. Around here is more plausible, I think. The egg looks pretty good. The cap looks great. That bulb looks fantastic. The jelly beans look amazing. The dice is the worst thing there, but he's not put not much work in that. I should probably do something like this as well, actually. This would be a good. So I'm going to do this scene knowing nothing, I think. Once I finish the entire makeup thing up, I might then, because my next project's going to be Redshift for sure. Just because I want to get into it. So I might do something a bit like this. A thing with just a bunch of stuff that like tries out my personal bread and butter like shading stuff, which is like liquids, glass, plastics, transparency. I'm starting to learn more about doing food, so like not a lot of I do a lot of specular stuff, which is also part of the reason why I like Octane so much, because it's just that's where it shines, right? And like yeah, but like, there's something about Redshift that I do really like. And I've done one like real world project in Redshift, and it went sensationally well. I started a second one, which started off very well. But in both those occasions, the motivation was because it was render time. That's horrible. I fucking hate that. Not the work, just the subject matter. Yeah, I love that. That's great. Yeah, so that's pretty bad. But the thing we get is though with this is we get to see the lighting, right? So this light is fantastic. I mean, this is a very poor glass shader, and that's you can see this a bit. You can see the low polyness of that. So that was in C4D as well. Huh. So 69. This is all to use a scratch shader because I've had a quick play with it, but I'll be using it for real. And let's just go to Let's go back to explore. I can get this done. I'm going to give myself about 10-15 minutes. I can do this. So, advert. And then, I'm just going to do some more. Include Octane render. Okay. And, oh, look at that. Lovely. That's lovely. Modo. Hey! 3 years ago. That is, I need to log in. That is some gorgeous work. That's beautiful. I love that. I think that's what I'm going to do next. I need to do more scenes. Although the pack shot stuff does pay the bills intermittently. But, yeah. Stuff like this would be fun to do. I start them, but I never really finish them because sometimes I need to be a bit lazier than I normally am. There we go. That's a nice Octane example. Oh, there you go. Oh, look at that. That's all right. I need to put up some of my scene-y bits. There's one. I think I can probably show that actually because it's not finished. It never went. The client never used it, so I could show the iceberg thing because I never truly. I could probably show some renders from it, I guess. Let's go back into here. I could do. I think I've got some old test renders. Yeah, so this is my last project, which I never finished in Redshift, where I basically had to build a well, yeah. So the idea was that the brief was never super clear, but I had to build like an iceberg with part of it above and part of it below water. This is why I want to get a little sun disk in there because I love these. This is a very silly one, obviously the client wouldn't go with, but I do love the lens flare you get from this. But yeah, this is like this is an old one actually. So when's this from? I think yeah, this never went as far as I probably would have liked. I think. This is the iceberg, and then we never really finished this project. So I wish I could have spent more time on it, but I just didn't have a reason to. That's probably the last render I came up with. Actually, there's a few. Icebergs are hard. This took ages to get this iceberg working. I still don't think I got anywhere near where it needed to be. And also like the effect of, because they weren't sure about what they wanted to show above and below water, and they want to get the scale right. It's like just getting the scene composition where I wanted it to be, and these just look like bits of icing. This didn't look like ice in the end, but yeah, yeah, we never finished that. Shame. I wish I would have loved to have finished. I could do something like this on my own actually, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Wish I could have taken that further. Because these were really just a series of studies, right? Because like you've got things like this is not actually as accurate, but yeah, and also this water's not perfect. But you have this thing of like how light and shadow play on these surfaces, and so in the context of an iceberg was pretty interesting to sort of start learning about. This is my first attempt at the redshift sky as well. This is the closest beauty they liked, which had like this was the actual iceberg shading was the most plausible here, where we've got like this effect underwater, and then yeah, we've got like getting better representation of like how look, some of these are floating well, yeah, like a slightly better representation of how the surface of this like iceberg material interacts. But round here, because this model's never finished either, but round here you can see like the transmission's wrong, and it's a bit too, it looks a bit too like a bit of snow, but it's a really fine line. I was really struggling with it. It took a long time, and again we this never went anywhere near far enough, and then they're never happy with like the water's edge. I wasn't either. We hadn't even really started on that. Yeah, not where I wanted to go with this. But yeah, I wish I finished it. I might revisit a scene like that again at some point in the future. Would be fun. 91%, nearly there. Okay. That's fun. I can't be thinking about my next project before I finish this one. I've got to do... I'm so glad I'm doing 3D again. I will try and churn through them faster. I might do some, like, lower ambition things. Instead of some really, like... some lower ambition things, just to get through. So I think maybe what that study before, the bunch of materials, that'd be a good thing to go do Redshift. I wouldn't mind swapping to Redshift and have the adventure of a new render engine to kind of play with more. And then, can I show a little shot from there? Yeah, because like I think because I want the render speed. I think as well, right? I'm keen on that. Oh, let me show you this actually while we're here. So this is like my. Where are we? Yeah, this is like the last thing I did with neons. These are just thumbs, so these aren't full res. But yeah. This is done in like 2 or 3 hours. I think I wasn't happy with this one. This one's great. This is done like just in a few hours, and most of that was just install Redshift. Most of that was just doing the modeling. Actually, like it's the little detail about running the ropes and stuff takes longer than actually. I was installing. Yeah, running the little wires and shit around the back and positioning all these took longer than anything else. Actually making the I think I've got a time lapse on my channel over this. This was fun. So I'm going to use some neon in this project as well. So I'm not sure what order I'm going to do it in. I will do some animation. So I think I'm going to animate with the neon stuff, but the kintsugi, which is going to be like bits of pottery, ceramic stuff like that, but glued back together. The gold flake paint, that's good. That's a lot more fun. You can have some of that moving around, and I want to do that. I think I might do this as a still, and I want to have like a fun neon 90s something or other, because I don't know how much I want to feature. The jelly twist thing is the most interesting of the assets, and I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how much I want to put emphasis on the other products. We'll see when they're finished, because they're not even finished yet. So this whole thing's going to take me a little while to do, but I can't just drag my heels. I've got to get on with it. And like I always find it easier going for the hardest thing first. And I think I made quite overall. I feel like I made quite good progress on the island stuff today. But I think it'd be a good time to put that down, maybe for a little while, pick it back up again. Because that will take by far the longest, I think, and I want that to be quite impressive by the time it's done. That's probably going to be maybe the star of the show. Who knows? Because the other one's like, I think doing a little animation in like an abstract space is going to be quite easy. And this is pretty straightforward because this is done in Modo, but I can pretty much rip out. I was pleased with this neon. In fact, actually, let's go super far back. Just while waiting for this to finish. And let's go all the way back quickly while we're here. Oh, do I have them still? There we go. So I think, yeah, so a company called Glassbox, which I think are still around. They make like some, so this is like some very early look devy things which they wanted. So this is from years ago. This is from like 2018, I think. So very old. But then I think when we got into the, this is the project that made me start using Blender. So we start off with this, which is as far as I took it in. And this is with Modo's default renderer. That's as far as I took that then. And I think this is what made me move to Cycles for a bit, because they had like this idea of, because like, so no, this is 2020, because this is because of COVID. So they had this situation, like they wanted to have these backgrounds in place for calls, because Zoom calls are a big thing, and I had a bunch of clients ask for like 3D logo background things, and this is one of them. And then I got to this point, and this is like during the look dev, and I was like, then they're like, okay, cool, and they wanted like a ton of variations of this, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna do this, because these renders took ages. I knew how to use, like, I like this stylized thing, not quite photorealistic yet, but this is early on. And then, like, I was like, is this the direction we're going? They were like, yeah, we love it. Now can we have a whole shitload of them? And I was like, fuck. Each one of these took about 25, 35 minutes to render, and they kept wanting to go through iterations. I was like, fuck. And they had a hard deadline. It was like some important investor meeting or something I needed them ready for. And so this is what made me pick up Blender for a couple of years, was this. I think I've got renders in here. Do I? No, I don't. From the render, from the Blender look dev. Or do I? No, I don't. That's sad. Do I? Oh, where's the actual renders from here? Oh, I don't actually have any. Where are the rest of them? Fuck. I could probably pick them up and re-render them. I don't know, but I don't know. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that really sucks. Oh, I was going to show you the final ones. I haven't got the renders anymore. I must have them somewhere, surely. They're not in the Blender folder. Anyway, this is fun because, oh, and the original logo I built in Cinema 4D. Excellent. But yeah, the final renders came out really well. And I had to, like, this is in the course of like a day or two, I had to basically learn Cycles from scratch and turn this work around in a very, very short deadline. It's a fucking nightmare. But that's what got me to GPU rendering, and that's what also made me use Blender for a bit, because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed using Cycles. My render time went from like X number of minutes per frame into literally, I think it was like 40 seconds per frame, because I had a bunch of different backgrounds and like logo colors and like combinations of all, and there's like 25 different ones, so I could plow through all of them in a couple of minutes, rather than like the first round I sent them, which was just still the look dev ones. They were like, oh yeah, cool. That took all night for me to render, and I was like, okay, I'm just using GPU renders from now on. That's not a thing. I'm never going back. And I spent like two and a bit years in Blender, which was why I don't love Blender anymore. Oh shit! Did I not? Oh, I didn't put it in the right folder. There we go. Okay. Woo! So we'll go to my Redshift window. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go into my clear plastic. There we go. And then we should have scratches. Scratches! Yay! Okay. And then this goes into my roughness. This is what I was wasting all that time for, was just to get my there we go, look at that. Whoa. To get hands-on with this camera, default camera, there we go. To get hands-on with the scratches shader, because I've not used it yet. And my initial impression, I need to invert that. My initial impression was extremely positive, actually, because can I just, is there sort of an invert? Color invert, do that. Yeah, it feels like my okay. So minimum roughness is going to be 0. No, scratch specular. Ah, scratch. They've not fucked about, have they? Let's just do scratch mask. See what's going to come out like. Okay. Whoa. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. So, what I'm going to do is physical size. We're going to do that, and then scratch canvas size 1 centimeter. Yeah, look at that. Look how good that is. That's fucking amazing. I love that. That is so good. Look at that variation in depth and direction. So nice. Right, so density is going to be 0.1. And then bump strength is going to be 0.2. And then if we just do out bump to bump, we should. Look at that. That is stupendous. I think that's fucking brilliant. That's really good. So yeah, the depth is way too much though. So we're going to do scratch specular 0.2, 0.25, and then base specular roughness 0.1. Okay, and then yeah, and the fade. So you get layers of. Let's go back a little bit. You get layers. The layers of just so good. I think it looks amazing. So density seed 0.02. So it's almost nothing. Right, so that's way too strong. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a color correct, and then we're going to take that into there and then into there. And then we're going to turn our contrast down, and we should be able to. Oh, so I think our bump height is way too big. So I'm just playing this now. Curve min, fine. Scratch direction, offset, whatever. Min roughness, max roughness. Space specular, distance behavior. Stop it. This is so cool. It's fucking awesome, isn't it? Okay. So color correct. Let's get that out of the bump for now. Let's get rid of that, because then I think that's making it stronger. There we go. So yeah, so gamma 1. That's just like doing nothing. Okay, range, color change range, is that a thing? Input. Okay, let's just try this out. So input like that. Old range min. Okay, this is cool. Okay, there we go. Let's do that. And then old range max. It's like, there we go, like that. Okay. Let's undo both of those. Right, so new range is that. And then my range max is also, there we go, look at that. That's the right way to do that. And that's also a really nice node. There we go. And we should have a bunch of tiny, tiny, tiny scratches. Teeny, tiny little scratches. But actually, I've probably overdone it a little bit. So I do that. Whoa, and then we go like that. We don't want it that much. And then go like that. Actually, what we'll do is just do it this way. Just wonderful. Too much, too much, too much. Okay. Lovely. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do density 1. Yeah, look at that. 0.1. And then we're going to do, so Yeah, super, super impressed by that. Let's just reseed it. Why not? Why not? Who knows? Look at that. Okay, so I'm going to put the bump back in. Let's do that. Bump, bump. And we'll just undo that quickly. See. That's just great. That's just great. I love it. I think that's amazing. That's so, so good. Because I do a lot of plastic stuff. There's always got some scratches on it. You never have. Let's go to 0.5. There we go. That's even better. Yeah, you never have. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh, look at that. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Random length. Look at this. Random width. Just they've looked at the one in Octane and gone, no, let's just absolutely flatten it. Let's just pound that into the dirt. That's so good. I'm fucking stoked with that. Okay. Anyway, I'm wasting time. So there we go. So back out at like full scale. We can barely perceptible thing. Right. So let's leave the logo off this for now, and then. So we've got that one, go with that, and then Octane Metal. We're going to, oops. I'm sure there's an option to convert. Material, tools, convert or replace materials. Is that going to happen? Is that a thing? I think it doesn't work with Octane. I think it's like old thingy materials. So we'll get rid of that. So we do another one, and this is going to be metal. So it's going to be no. Let's call this let's call this spring because that's what it's on. There we go. And then all we're going to do, keep this simple. I've not done this, so let's just go in here. Well, I have done this, but I haven't done this with this one yet. So we're going to go into metalness, change that to 1. And I don't know how to affect the metal IOR. My roughness is going to be 0.1 because I'm going to keep it quite shiny. And then my metal IOR, I don't know the right way to go about that yet, but it doesn't really matter in this scenario because it's so minimal, so nothingy. It kind of doesn't matter. So that's fine. So we're going to do our milky plastic now. So I'm going to go like that. We're going to quickly hide our outer. There we go. I'm going to do this plastic inside here. Yeah, look at that. Cool. That metal's good enough. Right, so this plastic is like going to be like milky plastic. So, so I'm going to call this one milky plastic on there. And get rid of the old one, and then basically we're just going to open this one up again. So grab that milky plastic. Is that right? No, milky plastic, and then we're going to have. I think it's just transmission. Set that up, and then what we're going to do is we want to do. Should be under scatter. I think if I change this to something else. No. Okay, so dispersion we do not want. So let's just do the subsurf. Subsurface weight. Put up to 1, color. Okay. What are we getting here? Was that increasing? That is increasing. Let's make this like 10. Make it 0.1. Make it 0.1. That's not it. Okay, so I need to figure out the subsurface on here. How that works, because that's not really coming through at all. So let's just turn that off. Okay, what we do then, if we do transmission, will depth just do it? Will depth be good enough? I think actually. To 10. Okay, so 1. 0.5. So we want to be almost opaque. But I'm trying to think of the right way to approach it, because this isn't right. But again, another one in this situation is, it doesn't matter, actually, you know? That's good enough because it's beneath that plastic, so actually, let's not waste time. Specular roughness, fine. Diffuse roughness is going to be, yes, that's the 0 point. Let's make it a 0 for now. Okay, 0.25. Good enough. We're calling it good enough. Actually, what we want to do is depth 0.2. We want to make it almost 0.2. That's almost what I want, to be honest. That's pretty much what I want. And then if I turn up my subsurf now, okay, there we go. So then change that to white. Okay, that's close. That's close to what I want. But we got the same. This subsurface is way worse in Octane in my experience, but that's fine. This thing, like my ultimate take, I think is Octane is the superior, is kind of in a lot of ways in terms of quality the superior renderer. It just is. I think it's like one of the highest quality renderers out there. But then you know, Redshift is fucking fast and also easier. It is easier for real. It's definitely easier. Right, so we're gonna do. I'm going to call this one, I'm going to do makeup smooth. Just in case I reuse the word smooth, because I do. It's a thing I do. So this is going to be a bit more difficult, but I think we're going to keep it easy on ourselves. I'm going to car paint. Is that? No, hang on, fuck off. Well, hang on. Is that going to get me most of where I need to go? It fucking is. Okay, so pigment color, we're going to make this like pink. Oh, fuck off. We'll make this like hot pinky, whatever, like that. Yeah, matching whatever. And then I think clear reflection. Can we BRDF color weight glossiness? Can we turn if we turn that to, oh, there we go. Jesus, that's useful. And then can we do the metallic flake? Yeah. Glossiness samples. Facing density, decay distance, variation. I want scale. There we go. Scale. Let's just put this up to, let's take a digit off there so we can see it. I'm going to have to tweak these in situ anyway, aren't I? But, you know what? Actually. Ooh. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So we've got 0.01. Let's do that. Variation, that's fine. We're going to get the facing. Okay, this is quite nice. Clear coat. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that I said that. Glossiness. Turn that up a bit more. Yeah, you know what? Base layer specular. Woo. Okay. Tight flake. That is close to what it needs to be point, I think. But we're going to turn off the clear. We're going to turn down the clear coat a little bit. Probably like 0 point, something like that. So it's still a bit metallic. Base layer, diffuse, weight, color, edge fall off, lovely. Okay, this is really usable. That's cool. Okay, that's fast. That was fast. Okay. You know what? Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm calling that good for now, to be honest. What we're going to do quickly is we're going to get rid of, let's just go edit, delete duplicate materials, delete unused materials. There we go. Make us metallic smooth. Where's my double actual smooth? Actual smooth. Actual smooth. Okay, and then we're going to go to delete unused. There we go. Wonderful. That is, it's not quite as good. Let's just, I'm going to pull up a, let's just leave this in the live view, but then seeing how fast this material makeup smooth is not valid. Why not? Oh, it's a 50/70, yeah. Cool. Let's pull up makeup. A couple of test renders. I think it's this one. Yeah, my color's a bit off as well. So that's what I've got from Octane. And here's what I've currently got in in Redshift. I think my color's a little bit off, but we can see we're getting there. We are getting there for sure. Yeah, because I need to try it in a more diverse, because it's another color I'm very keen on. But it's very hard to get this quality of light easily. See, we're looking around here and how it transmits through here, and these bits around here really sell. This is a very noisy, fast render, but like we see this soft transition of through the plastics is kind of not the easiest thing to do. My experience, anyway, my admittedly quite limited experience in Redshift, it's not quite as good. But I'm calling that good enough for now, and then what I'm going to do, turn off my backdrop. Yeah, we'll just turn this off. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn the camera off, turn the light off. Actually, just to be sure, yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Then we're going to do is going to come up and we'll just redo our scene. I'm going to call this one. Go to H2, and I can't remember how XREFs work. So we're going to just, you know, XREF. Okay, let's grab that. And then we're going to come up and grab our makeup. Twist Jelly RS. Twist Jelly RS. And that should. I think that's it. We got it. Give it a second to load the. I should have turned that on. Why did I turn it on? You fool. Huh? Color space sRGB limit is not found for program something or other. Defaulted to raw. Let's just pause this. We don't need this on right now. So let's just. Where's my Twist Jelly? Jelly? It's extremely small. So what we're going to do is just make it fucking huge. Can I do that? Ten. Oh, 10, 10, 10. Fuck it. 100, 100, 100, 100. Where the fuck is it? Is it so that is it that small? So that small an object. It's real world scale right now. So that's gonna harm it a little bit. I can't even get the view to fucking zoom in on it. Hang on. Under view. Is there another option for zoom to? Pressing S doesn't do anything basically. Yeah. Okay. Let's try and do that. 10, 10, 10. Is that going to work? 10. 500. Why can't I see it? 500. 5. I should be able to change the scale of XREF, right? Surely. Huh. Let's just go back to standard. Oh, he's so tiny. Oh no. Okay. I was pretty sure I could do that though. C4D scale XREF. So let's just try with my place tool guy. Okay. So stick makeup. Where is it? Where are you at? Okay. So what we're going to do is you should be here. That's just not fucking working. Hang on. Let's just do. Okay. No. 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 Huh. Okay. So. S. Y. What the fuck? Okay. So we're going to come way out. Way out. Way. There we go. Thank you. Okay, my scene is not... Okay, let's just do this, right? What we'll do is we'll just do Command D and do scale, meters, scale project. Okay, current scale, centimeter scale project, target scale, 100. 100 times bigger. And then what we'll do is we'll go save as, and then we'll just call it on Jelly RS. Scale. I knew this would always be fucking annoying. Right, so what we'll do is we'll go xref, xref. Okay, and then we're going to go into here, object, we're going to reference this guy, and then hopefully it's 100 times, but it's 100 times bigger. So now we should fucking see it. Where is it? Why is that not working? Okay, what we're doing. Well, okay, right. Actually, undo that. So if I update this, I should be able to go and like, there we go. Look at him. He's fucking huge. Oh, hang on. Backdrop. We will get rid of that. Get rid of the camera. Get rid of the light. Get rid of that. Right, so it's just this now, right? And then that's fucking ginormous. So I'm just gonna try this instead. Get rid of that. And what we'll do, we're just gonna revert this. Revert to saved. Yeah, lose some shit, it's fine. And then now what we'll do is just paste it. Stick makeup. Where are you? You're around somewhere. There you are. Okay. There he is. There he is, my precious giant child. Okay. Oh, that's about bang on, actually. That's not bad, is it? And then there we go. Look at him. Look at the fucking size of him. Right. Oh, he's way bigger. Okay, so let's make you smaller till you can actually be about right. That's about right there. So we'll get rid of the makeup ref. There he is, about there. And now we just need to go back to Redshift, and then we'll look through. This should be on RS camera 1. Give that a little bloop. Bum bum bum, dun 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 dun. Okay. Right, make clear plastic. What we're going to do is, because our scale is completely different, so that's fine. We're okay with all of that. So transmission, depth is going to be like 1,000 centimeters or something. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's probably like 1,200. No, probably like 1,500. I don't know. 1,700. Okay, that's about right. That's fucking crazy. That's so big. Okay, and then our scratches are going to be fucking infinitesimal. So what we're going to do is we're going to set our scratch canvas size to 1,000 centimeters. Right, I'm going to do. Okay, still can't see that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do new. Let's do that. Right, there we go. That's a bit more like it. So we're going to do that again. We're going to take that down quite a lot. There we go. And then we're going to make this smaller. 600. There we go. And then we're going to unsolo that. And yeah, I'm going to get a fucking directional light. Right. I'm going to get a directional light. Right. Infinite light. Which they've renamed. Yeah. Okay. And then let's just come out of here. Let's go to default camera. Where is it? Where's my little infinite light? There he is. Let's just put him on. Okay, which way is he facing? Okay, no. What do we want? Do we want an area light? Is that infinite light equivalent to like a directional light? What is it? Okay, well, let's just fucking get this over here, right? So, there we go. Face that towards the camera. I've figured out light linking then, I guess, for this. So go to RS camera 1. That's behind there. It's fine. So we're going to do this. Okay, so make it disk instead. Why not? Intensity. Let's make it 1,000. Okay, so how do we do light linking? How does that work? It's a good question. It's a very good question. Thank you. AV light group. Okay. Light group. Okay. Let's call this one makeup. Okay. Excellent. And then stick makeup is going to be. It should be on RS objects, I think. RS object. RS object. And then object ID. No. We'll do. Fuck. How do you do that? I need to know how to do that. Because yeah, I'm gonna duplicate this light. So, how do you? Yeah. Let's exclude. Hang on. Override. Include. That work? RS object, and then will everything else forget it? No, it won't. So. Let's turn that off for a sec. So I want a duplicate of this, right? This is like C high, right? I'm gonna spell it weird, wrong. I'm gonna take it out of that. Light group, and then object. I'm gonna change this back down to 100 because that was fine at 100. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn that one on because that one was kind of fun. And if we turn on our fun toys, optical. Let's just do a little fun little. Let's finish up with like a temporary beauty render type doohickey. Actually, what we're gonna do on the C. On the C, where is my C? C base. I'm gonna add. Let's just do some noise. Max on noise. Let's do that. Boop. Okay, and then we're gonna do that into the bump. That work? Not sure. Should do. And we should have the option for the new crazy good height shit, which I don't know how to turn on. Redshift advanced. That's probably not under here, but whatever. End color diffuse, subsurface mode, fuzz. Base. Let's do. Bump. Bump map. Okay, do we just do, come into here, just do displacement. There we go. So that, and we should have, like, it should now do, if I think correctly, it should do, it does it. How do you do that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, map encoding height field vector, I think it is. Is that it? And then if we do scale, I'm going to do turbulence. Okay, and then we'll just do output. Global scale 50%. Let's just solo that. Can we solo that? Okay, and then we can't really solo that displacement. How do we use a new displacement then? I thought it'd be this. Be vector. You know what? I'm just going to do bump for now. Bump. That'll also add a lot of render time, I think. So bump might actually be sufficient. And so far, it looks like it probably is. Okay. Okay. And then we've got diffuse roughness is 0. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, spec IOR. Oh, what's the IOR of water? 1.2? Water, 1.33, isn't it? Water IOR. It's 1.333, I think. Water 20 degrees, 1.333, yeah. Oh, well remembered. Okay, so yeah, 1.333. I might at some point set the scale so it's lower as it comes towards the camera. But anyway, good enough for now. Right, so let's just make this a bit bigger. And we'll try and have a bit of fun with this. So we can't see optical. Yeah, that's fine. We can't see our, if it turns right down to like whatever. So let's make this like F5.6, right? Yeah, why can't you? C4D redshift depth of field. Is it in the camera? Find a redshift camera tag. Optical. Oh yeah, depth of field. So if I just do like camera. I shouldn't have to. That should just work, I think. Right, let's go to display. Focus plane. There we are. Okay. So optical. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to remove that, clear that out. And can we just like bring in our focus distance? That's where that should be though, right? So, but why isn't that showing? Hang on. Okay. Fun. Bokeh override enabled. So yeah, that's I think that's out of date. That doesn't look new. So just where's that under? Redshift camera. Great. Redshift camera is. Oh, okay. Wow. Create camera. Standard. Redshift cameras. That's correct. Materials. Tools. Well, you're lying to me. So, what version? S26. Let's go to 2026. Okay. Redshift in Cinema 4D. I made that logo. I made the original version of that logo as well. Well, not the original, the update of that. Letting all the secrets out now. Okay. Bokeh. Wait, is that it? Wait, is it under settings? So if I go under, hang on, render settings, effects, no. Which makes sense, right? Redshift, yeah. Just want to see it. Where's it? So, okay. But if I look at like 0, oh fuck. Okay, there's something wrong with my 0.1. Well, anyway, that's infuriating. So, that's just what it is, isn't it? So what we're going to do, we'll turn that off, and we'll get standard optical. Spherical aberration. Let's turn that up. See what happens. Not a lot. Okay, so that. Oh, we'll just see. We'll just try one out. I do enjoy a nice playing with a bunch of built-in LUTs to see what happens. I shouldn't have turned that on though, but whatever. Tone mapping, color controls. What's going on here? Nope, don't want to do that. Bloom, global. We want to maybe reset that. Yeah, whatever. Bloom, intensity. Haven't really got much bloom going on here, have we? Oh, we have, but Yeah, make it a bit milkier. And then we'd go with flare. Let's play with this. Flare threshold. Yeah, so if we had another camera, this area light here, that's going to go fucking bananas, isn't it? Isn't it? Let's face that into the camera. That's a silly thing. 50. Yeah, you kind of want like a big sun. I mean, I might do it in a bit. Have a big sun disk back there. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. Yeah, adds to the sort of fake dreaminess of the whole thing, I think. Okay, let's look at the streaks. Streaks. Again, I don't need to do any of this, but it is funny. Yeah, it makes it more weird and dreamlike, I guess. So what we're going to do is we're going to go with optical. Let's just turn the exposure down a little tiny bit. There you go. Ooh, that looks awful. That poker looks fucking awful. Let's just reset this. Reset to default. There we go. And then we'll turn that exposure down a little smidge, and then we'll just turn that on, bladed, and then that looks terrible. But we'll do the final one. It doesn't matter. Point is, we'll do the final one in post. And then so now go back to optical, and we'll do where is it? Bit of vignette. There we go. Aperture. Just bring that all the way down. I don't know why that's so far off what it should be, but whatever. Okay, that's the beginnings of what that end scene would kind of look like. Which is kind of fun. Let's turn my clouds on, actually. Oh, there's clouds. There's my clouds. And then... ooh, high altitude. There we go. Enabled. There we go. Lovely. Okay, and then my low altitude clouds would be, I think it'd be lower still. Like that. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to quickly fire off a big style render, a big child render. I don't know why I said big child render, but a larger render. This is not where I want it to be at all for this. It looks extremely CG here. I mean, maybe that's okay, but or I do like a hang on. What if I super quickly just give it a little bit of frost? You know, it's a little bit of frost. So if we just do that, my roughness, and then what we'll do is we'll just add a bit more. So let's just add a little bit of like RGB. No, okay, no. Let's just add a noise, regular noise. Let's do that, and then what we'll do is a mix, color mix. There we go. Bloop. And then if we just turn this noise up slightly. Input 2, let's just make that like a bit noisy. That's not going, is it? We'll just make that a little more. Where's input? Input 2. Let's just make that a little more noisy. And mix amount. Let's make that 50-50. Right? Add a little noise to it. That does look better. That does look better. The whole thing does need more work though, I think. Okay, right. It looks a bit toy-like. It looks, honestly, it looks a little bit shit. This bit here, but I don't hate it. But let's just do output quickly, and we'll just lock my ratio, and then I'm going to do this like ×3. Oh shit. ×3, and we'll see how long this takes. I think it's going to take quite a while to render this, to be honest, but we'll have a go. And then, yeah, what I'll do then quickly, actually, no, fuck it, I won't bother. I won't bother. Let's just, this looks terrible here. But we'll see what it looks like in the final render. I would do the final bokeh. I mean, a lot of this stuff I would actually do in post anyway, but we'll see how this looks. Overall, I'm moderately happy with the direction. I might change the colour. The red might not be the one for the scene. I thought it would be, but it really isn't, and it hasn't got the branding on yet. And I don't think the plastic is good enough. So we'll see. I think this will take quite a while to render. 15 minutes maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, okay. So yeah, the IPR didn't take that long. The Radiance cache didn't take forever. Oh yeah, this falls apart up close. You need to do something about that. Yeah, you wouldn't want to see this at 4K. we will deal with that in good time. We'll deal with that. Yeah, that looks. You can see the photo scan nature of that. What we'll set dress it. We will set dress that. This is going faster than I thought it would. Actually, how many buckets have I got left? Let's have a look. Does it say? It should say how many buckets I've got. Doesn't. I thought it would. Can I? Okay. What's that? What's that? Let's clear my cache. Yeah, this will take, I think, 15-20 minutes to do. Oh, you see a bit of the scratch there, though. That's okay. Oh, it's going quite. Oh no, it's going quite quick. Oh, I think that's pretty good. Seeing the volumetrics in the clouds absolutely tank it, and I'm not sure if it'd be better if I just did like a plane with some clouds in the background, because they're not interacting with the scene. I think for the render here, if I think I turn those off, it goes from 20 seconds to a minute, right? Previously, at 1280 at 4K, it's going to be quite a lot worse. So I think maybe it might not be worth even using in the final thing, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so the front of this absolutely needs looking at, because you can see the scanniness of it. Overdone that noise a little bit, that roughness, but that's okay. Well, actually, in the final render, it does look better. The thing that pisses me off actually is you never, even the render preview, you never quite get the full impression with Redshift of what's going to look like in the final render. And there must be some way that I'm just not aware of that brings it more in line, right, with where it's going to end up being. Lace down line. Oh, I need to fix that plastic. Oh, well, whatever. That scratch here, though, fucking Très bien. I think that's awesome. Right, I've overshot my time by quite a lot. Oh yeah, up close that looks like shit. Oh, we've got the edge of the... I need to fix that. So the edge of those rocks just sort of hangs out in the air. It's fine. I think I can get this plastic to where I want it to be, I think. Now I'm seeing it full whatever. It's looking much better. Yeah, I need to get the rest of the set dressing in and all that sort of stuff. But considering I said I've just pissed about really, haven't I, for the most part. That water looks alright. Yeah, you need to do some water's edge stuff. I think a lot of that makes more sense to do in post, maybe. I still think so. But I can investigate. I think at this point, once I've done this, I'm going to send it to my buddy and be like, let's get some feedback on this scene. And I need to research filling the doing the trees. I need to know how to do that. But actually, yeah, I'm quite pleased. Actually, I'm relatively pleased with this plastic here. And yeah, this will need fog. Look at the scratches. They're so fucking good. Yeah, I think I'll produce the final render at not 4K as well, because I don't want people scrutinizing it that close. Maybe like 2K or something. Yeah, this needs serious work. This looks appalling. I think this segment, from about here onwards, this looks acceptable again. You can get on board with this. What I'll probably do is like shove a load of fur or grass over this or something, just so we can cover up some of those sins with that. Yeah, the speed of this is going. Actually, I'm pretty impressed with this. Let's just do. There we go. Yeah, you know what? 6 minutes. Yeah, I think it's be under 20 minutes to do this. So I think a final render time would probably be. It depends. I don't know in Redshift if more passes takes more time. I don't know, but I think my final render would probably be pretty quick. Pretty quick. Yeah, and you want some fog on there as well, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sort of tempted to kind of like finish the stream there, but actually also, have I set this to what have I got my? I don't know. I don't even know what my Redshift settings are, to be honest. Let's go under my preferences. So memory. Sculpting memory. Okay. Oh, they're set very low. I've got 128 gig, so I can probably use more of that. Let's go to renderer, Redshift. Yeah, it's only using that. It's not doing hybrid. Yeah, cache is whatever. I've only got a 16 gig card. Yeah, I don't actually know. I think hybrid makes it slower, I think. But yeah, I could turn on my processor. I don't think it's going to make a difference in terms of speed. I think it makes it worse. But I was shocked how easy that water was, actually. I thought I had a harder time with it, but came out alright. That grass that's crap up front. Yeah. I could halve the amount of noise on there, I think. The amount of whatever. But the plastic transition's actually not too bad. It's okay. Oh, very close. Yeah, so, yeah, 9 minutes. So actually, I think we'll be done pretty soon. Probably 12 minutes, I'd say. It will slow down around here, I imagine. That depth of field so far looks arse, but we'll see. Yeah, I need to figure out the depth of field situation, why I can't use a realistic value. No mind. I mean, like, I'll just eyeball it anyway, but I've got a bunch of fun nodes, and so, yeah, so I think what would I do in post? So I think once I get my trees sorted, once I get the rest of the scene in there, I don't mind this composition. I think this composition is pretty okay. The lighting doesn't necessarily make sense, but I don't think that matters. The lighting's okay. We've got some interesting stuff happening over the sea. I think probably get a larger displacement on the base layer of the sea, making it a bit less flat. Because I want to feel it's sort of. I think this area is kind of cool because it has got a slight toy boxiness to it. And yeah, getting the people climbing up. I think what I would do, there's the Moves app, which I've never used before, but that could be fun for trying to capture motion stuff, because I'm not much of a rigging person anyway, but like yeah, getting that down would be interesting, because I want to get like a bunch of people climbing up, trying to climb up the mountain or the ledge. I feel like under here is a bit underlit as well, so I might up the exposure on it. But yeah, also I think like a bunch of ivy going up here, and then some birds. Obviously birds give scale, and I think the composition overall is going in a good direction. I'd say I do like the idea about framing here. I think we probably do need like a ledge down here to frame this up. Yeah, look at this. This just turns to shit back here. Interesting though. And you can't even necessarily read this as a giant tree stump anymore either. I've just thought about that. Although it is. Which I find kind of fun, to be honest, because it's a bit weird. And things being a bit weird is kind of a little thing I like, so that works for me. Yeah, I think a ledge. I don't like this edge here, so I think a little ledge. So yeah, that was about right. 13 minutes. I said 12, didn't I? There we go. So oh no, actually, yeah, with the post effects that I've got so far, that's closer to kind of what I think I'd want. Yeah, we've got a bit of glint and all that shit. So yeah, but yeah, I think I wouldn't do any of that in camera. I don't think. But this is working. Up here's working well. We're going in a goodish direction, a good adjacent direction. This scale feels off, but that's kind of not that bad. I think what I would do is, yeah, I think a ledge here, across here, and then just some rock with some close-up detail, and then the same bit of framing on the left-hand side of this frame here might do well, like that, and then the clouds are okay. I'll be interested in rerunning this render, just seeing how long it takes minus the clouds, because they're not really giving me much at the minute anyway, to be honest. They're kind of fine. It's going in a direction. It's going in an interesting direction. I think it could be a winner. I think we could get there. Yeah, rocks in the sea, then the people climbing up. This is odd, but it's an odd, illogical object that sort of sits in an island, and then we've got... Yeah, I think this ledge here, maybe continue that on, or do you break this up? I'm not sure what you'd do. I don't love this. This isn't good enough. This is easily good enough. Yeah. Interesting. So let's just give that a little save. Interesting. Okay. All right, I'm going to wrap up then for now. We've achieved a lot today. I'm going to carry on working on this version. There's a part of me that's tempted to move all of this over to Redshift now. If I could, because I have a target for my I have a target in mind now for my plastic. It's got a ways to go, I think. Yeah, it's got a ways to go, but yeah, I think we might get there. Yeah, ledge across here, rocks in the ocean, break that up, make it a bit more interesting. Maybe a little buoy here or something, or like a lighthouse. Not a lighthouse, it's like a thing, some things of interest. Obviously a real boat, get the trees, and I need to figure out how that works, sort this out. This is way overkill, but yeah, like, I think that'll be pretty much there. And then yeah, dress this guy. I wouldn't mind getting, because there's an ivy generator now, wrapping some ivy and some stuff around here. Birds in the sky. Yeah. Fun. Okay.